Recording in progress.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Women in Film and Video first ever live stream telethon. We're so excited to be doing this. We are streaming live to our brand new YouTube channel. So hopefully you're watching on YouTube, and go get your friends and family, send them a text, tell them to tune in for the telethon. We are going to be having fun today. We get to showcase our wonderful member films. We get to raise money for the organization. We get to celebrate International Women's Day. We're celebrating our 45th anniversary. We're learning more about women in film and video. Just such a wonderful, wonderful organization. And just so you know, the films that you'll see today, most of them will be living also on our YouTube channel after today, as will several other member films. So after the telethon, make sure that you tune in to the YouTube channel anytime you get a chance so that you can see films from our filmmakers. We are going to get started with a What is WIFV video, and you can learn a little bit more about what we do. We are women in film and video. We are the resource, the advocate, the support, and the connection. A community of media pros here to tell the truth, share the wealth, and spread the knowledge. Our members can and do meet all your film and video needs. Your one-stop shop from concept to completion, script to screen, narrative to documentary. We are an organization for all genders, genres, and experience levels, dedicated to the advancement of women in film and video through professional development and networking events. We are the nurturers, the writers, the producers, the editors, and the directors, the multitaskers, the taskmasters, the gaffers, the loggers, the dubbers, the bloggers, the know-it-all, the chief of staff, the belle of the ball. We are women in film and video.
Hi, everyone. This is Sherry Raddick Stroud. There I am. Live TV. Don't you love it? I am a board member for Women in Film and Video DC, and it is an honor to be here with you today. I've been a member of WIFV since the early 2000s. I have a small boutique film company called Wonder Pictures, which focuses on small, short films created for the film festival circuit. WIFV has given me the opportunity to meet lifelong friends who have mentored me and brought me opportunities, both as a producer, as a director, and as an actress. My life has been enriched as a member of WIFV, and I hope you will join us as we continue to make a difference in media. Our fundraising goal today is to have 450 people call in, each donating $45. You'll notice we've got a running theme today. 45 is the number. We're on air for 4.5 hours. And let me turn this over now to my co-host this morning, Miss Manda. Take it away.
Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate that. How's everyone doing out there in YouTube land? So happy to be able to connect with you. Happy International Women's Day to all of my fellow women. And we are here. We're raising money. We're going to show some fantastic films for you today. I am a Women in Film and Video Board member, have been for several years, and I love the word that Sherry used, that her life has been enriched as a result. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Sherry, 100%. My production company is called Little Known Stories Production Company, and I like to really focus on those little known stories that are buried in the crevices of history's pages and bring them to life and through a visual medium. So we'll have an opportunity to check out a couple of my films today, as well as Sherry's. And with that, I don't want to waste any more time. I think we should get this party started. Sherry, what about you?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So, introducing the first short film is by a filmmaker that I truly respect and adore, CJ Krim. It is the first video is called Rebranding Peace. And what I've learned recently is that peace is not something that we can take for granted. Peace is something that we have to fight for. Introducing Rebranding Peace by CJ Krim. Thanks.
The very first time we ever met, you asked me, why did you become a peace builder? And I was actually surprised that this very personal story just popped out of my mouth. And I said, well, I'm a child of divorce. I was a pre-adolescent when my parents got divorced, so I've always thought of myself as being very much formed during that part of my life when there were two people that I loved that I was kind of mediating between.
We're talking about new constellations of peace. Peace is something everyone can connect with. Consider yourself a peace builder.
What we've found is that Americans have a tendency to think about peace as a state of mind and as something that's very passive.
Okay, Doug, where's Doug?
So when I was 8 years old, my friend who lived just up the street from me, his father turned into our driveway that's right on the highway and was hit head on and died on impact. So my friend and I and my mom worked for that cause of getting a turn signal in there. It was an early part of feeling like, wow, I can make an impact. The Flashlights for Freedom was the first independent foray into it. We just found out that my son would be born after trying for 8 years.
Hello.
In this process of fertility treatments and things, just the deep feeling of you saying, that Isaac really was coming, just a newfound peace. It's like, I'm a dad. I'm gonna be a dad. Right around that time, I saw this Human Rights Foundation that was trying to find a way to get people to donate flash drives.
There's a new and unconventional effort aimed at undermining the dictatorship in North Korea
by sneaking information into the country on USB drives.
But it wasn't until Flashlights for Freedom where I truly felt like I can die happy.
I did prioritize early on being in partnership with people who were creative and would think differently about selling ideas and selling feelings, because they're selling us Wonder Bread, so of course they've got a certain talent. If we rebrand peace, there has to be a call for real change and for a shared sense of that real change. We really are at a crisis moment that I think everyone is feeling, and everyone is worried.
Is this the way we're supposed to live?
We will polarize around absolutely anything.
It's us versus them. There's no middle ground.
We're trying to rebrand peace, that it's loud, and that it's active, and that it's courageous.
Hating someone is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Welcome to our yard, our community. Today we're going to be tearing down those fences so we can kind of officially join the rest of the community. When I first heard about this campaign to rebrand peace, it was really exciting because I think in our society we've come to understand and accept peace as this weak thing. That as long as things are quiet then things are peaceful. And that's a very dangerous misunderstanding of peace. And I think the best story to show this principle is back in the 1950s, there was a woman named Autherine Lucy, who was the first black student ever to go to the University of Alabama. Riots broke out, the KKK came and burnt a cross on campus. And so in response to all of this violence, the school expelled Autherine Lucy. They said that all of this violence is happening because you're here. The next day, the local newspaper ran a headline that said, "Things are quiet in Tuscaloosa today. There is peace on the campus of the University of Alabama." In response to this incident, Dr. King gave one of my all-time favorite sermons, and the sermon is called "When Peace Becomes Obnoxious." He said that what was happening on the campus the next morning wasn't a real peace. He said that that was a negative peace. Negative peace is the absence of tension that comes at the expense of justice. And one of the things that I oftentimes think about is how Dr. King was arrested close to 30 times throughout his life. And half of those times, he was charged by the United States government for disturbing the peace. And it's because of this gross misunderstanding of peace that when nonviolent activists use nonviolent resistance to bring important issues to the surface, we're not disturbing peace, we're disturbing complacency, and we're disturbing the normalization of violence. And so from the outside looking in, it might look like we're creating conflict when all we're doing is bringing the conflict that already exists to the surface so that we can talk about it and we can deal with it.
Well, there we go. Hey. The fence is down.
Hey. Whoa.
Oh, look at all that light coming in now.
That's cool.
3, 2, 1. We have ignition. We have liftoff. Liftoff of Columbia. Having been an astronaut and having had an opportunity to look at this planet from that vantage point, boy, it is a stark reminder about how unbelievably beautiful this planet is and about how peaceful this planet looks from space. You know, I don't know why I thought I would see borders and lines between countries when I flew my first mission, but being a person of African descent, I'd spent a lot of time in the year before I flew studying African geography, so I could look down and see all those different countries. And you know, you go really fast when you go to space. You launch, in 8.5 minutes, you're going 17,500 miles an hour. So you go around Earth once every 90 minutes. So in the first 15 minutes, we were coming up on what I thought was a big island. And that big island was the continent of Africa. And as I looked out and saw it in all of its beauty, I realized, boy, there are no borders down there. There are no boundaries. There are no lines. And I literally wept, to be quite honest, because I was overwhelmed by seeing the planet from that perspective. That changed me. I've grown up being told that Earth is fragile. Earth is not fragile, trust me. Earth is very resilient. It's been around for millions of years, if not billions of years, and it's we who occupy this planet that are fragile. All these divisions we created, they're not real. God didn't make them that way. We created that, and we can undo it.
There have been these crucial points in history where great changes within a society have happened. We don't know how long this window is going to be open, but we are in a moment right now where we can fix this.
So, hey, welcome. Great.
We are here to solve peace. It's kind of like the joke brief, right, of every agency, like, oh yeah, we're solving peace. But this is legit.
Because we have large numbers.
How do you get people to be excited about building peace? We have to do something wild and even like inappropriate.
You need to put the hot sauce in it. You need to burn some tongues. And that's how you get attention.
seems slightly dangerous, and yet I think we're all kind of excited to take the risk.
I hate taking risks. I never tried.
Oh, please.
What if we created a fake division of the US government?
I feel like exhilarated.
Yes.
Do you feel good?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I apologize for what I'm gonna say. Fighting for peace is like fighting for virginity.
Rebranding peace is an imperative because we can't accomplish any of our other goals until we come together united in a more peaceful country.
Wow. Wow. That's the first time I've seen that. Wow. I'm really, Manda, I'm at a loss for words. I truly am. Which, for me is saying something.
Absolutely. And, interesting that you talk about being at a loss for words because, when you think about peace, I've never thought about it as being loud. And I really appreciate that young man's point. But what I can say is that, the universal symbol, all of us know, for peace. So it is indeed a very powerful piece, and hopefully will be something that many can sink their teeth into and come up with creative ideas to create peace in their own households and their own communities, and that will create ripple effect so that we have peace around the world.
Absolutely. I hear, Manda. Well, let's talk a little bit about the fundraising we're doing today. Our fundraising goal, and as I said earlier, 45 is the theme throughout this whole afternoon. Our fundraising goal is to have 450 people contact us, either call in or go to the website and donate $45 to help WIFV maintain its programming here along on the East Coast region. We are celebrating, as we've been saying, our 45th anniversary. So everything is in 45s, including this afternoon. We're on for 4.5 hours, sharing with you the work we do, and talking with you and interviewing the filmmakers. We have that filmmaker who did that documentary you just saw and the next one. She'll be interviewed right after. So Mondo, could you introduce the next documentary?
Yeah, happy to. And before we do that, Sherry, can we, even though it's up in our corner,
thank you.
Which way to point?
There we go.
How to donate? How can people donate?
Thank you. Absolutely. Please take a look. You can go to the website wif.org/donate or call into this number listed behind all of us. See, I'm mirrored, so I'm kind of switched a bit.
Finally got it.
One more, if I can just take one more second. We have a way of showing you how the afternoon is going as far as our fundraising. We want to bring on a thermometer, which is always fun to watch that red. So let's take a look. There it is. There is our thermometer. Little off center, but we'll get that fixed. Mom, anytime you're live, there's always going to be a little, oops. Looks perfect now. Thank you. So all afternoon, we're going to watch that thermometer rise. And you can help us by reaching out to your network of people. Ask them to call in. Ask them to tune in to our new YouTube channel here. And now, Manda, over to you, my friend.
Okay, let's get those donations going. So, CJ Krim, as I mentioned before, she's just an extraordinary filmmaker who walks her talk. And the next piece we're going to see is a shortened version of her documentary, Resisterhood, which is very timely and very poignant and very pertinent. So let's roll the tape.
After 9/11, people kept saying, "You're not scared to wear your hijab and all that." I said, "No, I mean, my scarf is invisible to me." But recently, someone looked at me and he said, "Hey, you lady from ISIS, get out of our country and leave us alone." I feel so bad now that I have to take my scarf off when I'm driving my car because I'm scared about my life. That happens to me in an area where I felt safe, then what would happen to me in an area where nobody knows me? There is a verse in the Quran. It talks about we are all created from different nations and tribes to get to know one another, not to fight with one another. Life will be so boring if we all look the same and did the same thing. Open your heart. We need to learn how to open our heart and mind. People will get together to learn something different. Music, art, food. You don't have to cross the ocean and go visit this country. It's right here in your backyard. Your neighbors are from that country. Why don't you knock on the door and go learn how to make samosa or learn how to make baklava? They're across the street from you. We want to build bridges so the next generation, my 15 grandkids, don't have to go through what I'm going through right now.
This 100th day of the Trump administration drew tens of thousands of demonstrators to the nation's capital, this time for what was called the People's Climate March.
We will not go away. Welcome to your 100th day. We will not go away. Welcome to your 100th day. We will not go away. Welcome to your 100th day.
So the 100 days mark has come and gone, and I actually thought things would have turned out differently. It's a hell of a lot worse than I thought it was going to be.
It's still 3.5 years left in this, in the 45th presidency, and there's still a lot of bad things they want to do. I tend to think Donald Trump will be impeached as president of the United States of America.
The man is who he is, and I'm not surprised.
The time we're living in is really a scary time. I have so much anxiety because I wake up and I don't know what the president will do or say today.
The way we behave as humans to each other, the way we treat each other, has now shifted in a very dark way, particularly for women and minorities and Muslims. And that, to me, is just terrifying.
There are going to be a lot of people harmed. A lot of people harmed. There are going to be a lot of people who suffer. There are indeed going to be people that die because of this administration.
Honestly, I think it's better than what I thought, and it's better than what I thought because I have so much hope. I have hope in the sense that we are stronger than we once thought. And there's a fire underneath a lot of different communities to demand more from our president and our administration. And I think it's been a wake-up call. This year was the first year that I really participated in gay pride. Oftentimes I have soccer, but since I've had my injury, I have a bit more free time. Honestly, I think it was one of the best days of my life. The energy and the enthusiasm and the colors, it was, so much adrenaline was behind that. When my ears were ringing and my knee hurt, but it was worth every single second of it.
This morning, President Trump announcing a shocking reversal in military policy in just 3 tweets.
President Donald Trump says he will ban transgender people from serving in the military.
You don't want to stop progressing, right? And not only progressing, but now we're regressing. So it's having to, really fight even harder for things that we've already had. I was leaving one of the most popular dance clubs in Washington, D.C., and there's people screaming homophobic slurs, throwing things at people, and I was so shocked by it because I'd never seen that type of behavior in that area. Still, in our country and around the world, it's not safe to be gay, and you're still discriminated against and ostracized, and you don't have equal rights. So, I want to stand up for people who are in danger.
Jews will not replace us, they say. And they meant it. It's a flashback to robed men burning crosses. There are flames. I think of the trauma of the Jewish people. I felt a kindred. I felt the hurt. I felt the pain that they must have felt, knowing that there are so many people who hate them. And hatred, why? Because a person is Jewish? Because a person is black? I don't know how we get out of this race thing. We can let it lie undercover for a while, but it always erupts over and over and over again.
Repeat after me. I am one.
I am one.
I am only one.
I am only one.
I cannot do everything.
I cannot do everything.
But I can do something.
But I can do something.
What I can do.
What I can do.
I ought to do.
I ought to do.
And what I ought to do. By the grace of God.
By the grace of God.
I shall do.
I shall do.
Amen.
I went down to the White House.
What is it about the nature of a person's skin that automatically brings fear and hatred, even if you don't know the person?
I snap back my dick. Nothing back. It's under my feet. Hey. Oh, yeah.
They ran across the street when they saw my husband walking down the sidewalk. He's a PhD from the University of Chicago, Divinity School. Graduated with particular distinction. The people were frightened of him. Why? He was a black man.
We are stronger together. We are better together. Black and white together, documented and undocumented together, trans and straight together, Latino and African American together. We are all better together. Ain't nobody gonna walk all over me.
Black lives matter. And then you hear people say, well, yeah, blue lives matter and white lives matter. Of course they do. But that's not the problem. Those people aren't being shot like animals. It is the black person who is being shot. And the Black Lives Matter banner is simply to say, please, don't we matter too?
There is power in the name of love.
Well, hello, powerful stuff. I am Candace Block. I am the WIFV EVP, and I'm also one of the hosts of our podcast, Media Maker Spotlight. And because of that, you will see me and some other, our other two hosts, Sarah and Sandra, throughout the afternoon, interviewing some of the filmmakers. So I am now going to be joined here in a second by CJ Krim, the filmmaker who is behind the two videos we just saw, those very powerful and poignant, especially relevant for today still videos. So hi, welcome CJ. Thank you so much for those wonderful pieces. We know there was a section of one and we're gonna talk about both of them for a few minutes. So welcome to the telethon.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
So unfortunately, those are still very, very relevant topics. The first one that we saw, rebranding peace, I know that the second one was also, it was just a segment of Resistorhood, which was a longer piece. The first one, I was wanting to see more as well. Is that a section as well? Is that going to be expanded at some point, or what is the story with that one?
Yes, rebranding piece. That's kind of a conglomerate of pieces going into that film. The film is on hold at the moment due to funding. We seem to be having to focus on some other things besides peace at the moment. So it's on hold. I'm looking for funding to finish the film, but I am continuing to do work on short films that involving peace and how we can put an end to political violence, which is a real threat that we have increasing every day at the moment. And I created Resisterhood. The day after the 2016 presidential election, trying to figure out what we could do. The film actually starts with like 90 seconds of what Trump said when he was running as a candidate. And I was just so shocked that he won after what he ran as a candidate, that my question was, he demonized women, he demonized minorities. Now that he is the most powerful man in the world, what will we as women and people of color and minorities do to stand up to this man? And that's what the film Resisterhood was about. I didn't actually start out to make a feature film. That was my first feature film. It just kind of became one. But after the 2020 election, I thought, wow, we really need to come back together as a country, as a nation. And that's where the idea of rebranding peace came in. And so I've been working on it for several years. And I really feel that it's something that we really need to understand how powerful peace is and how important it is that we learn to trust and live together with each other in community. That's something that we're just so desperately lacking right now.
Yeah, and I thought it was really powerful, especially in the rebranding peace one, to emphasize how peace is not a silent, passive, quiet, weak thing, that it's loud, it's active, and it needs to be. And so it was really great to hear that, and also particularly a point about how there's different types of peace, and there's negative peace and all that, which is the absence of the tension that comes at the expense of justice, and that disturbing the peace. It was really nice to hear that it's disrupting the complacency and the normalization of violence. And so we still seem to need all of that. So rebranding peace focused on a lot of different people doing different campaigns towards that. Resisterhood focused on women. Can you speak a little to why you felt like focusing on that particular segment and what makes sort of women so powerful and in these topics?
Well, I think it really came from the fact that Trump, as a candidate, 23 women came forward and said that they had been sexually abused or attacked by that man. And he was elected anyway. So it was just one of those things. I was like, wow, we really need to speak out. And so I just went out and started interviewing people about what they were feeling and what they were going to do. And then the Women's March idea popped up. And so that really solidified, it came up very quickly. We had to find our subjects very quickly. And wow, what amazing, amazing subjects we found for the film. They're just, I mean, they make the film. They're the brilliance within the film. And so I do think in times like this, women stand up and we come together. We understand the need, for the community that I was talking about, for standing up for not only our rights, but our children's rights and our children's friends' rights. And so it just became very powerful and personal to me as a woman who was really shocked by that election and more shocked by the more recent one, that we have a voice in this. And yes, I had thought that this would be a piece that would be on the shelf now, that would be, a little piece of history, how we reacted to this man becoming president. And the film has continued to resonate, and it was in 4 festivals last year and won a few awards just last year and those were festivals reaching out to me saying, we want to show this film. So there is a need, there's a hunger. I've been asked by countries around the world who are trying to figure out what's going on to show the film. So yeah.
That's flattering for the work, as well as pointing out how important it is that these stories be amplified. Speaking of like history, as you said, this was in the first of that administration, but it's still relevant today. Particularly in rebranding Peace, you had a lot of archival footage. Can you speak a little bit about not only the importance of using that archival footage, but and how powerful it seems, but a little bit about how you see these struggles continue throughout time, and how that, what does that evoke and bring up in you?
Yes. Well, first, it was kind of funny seeing those pieces back to back, because you could see I did use some archival footage that I originally shot for Resisterhood in
It's still relevant, it still makes sense.
But yes, and that whole idea of these kinds of things repeat themselves. We have these doors that open where something extraordinary happens, and boy, I hope the door hasn't closed. I think right now what we're going through is so egregious, because there is this the paternalistic white man power is coming to an end, and they feel that and they're lashing out.
Yeah.
So I think that really is what's happening. And I think you can see those kinds of things and that pendulum that swings throughout history. And archival footage is, it's just, it gives us that lens to look back through and to see what we've been through, and that we have made it through, and that we will make it through. We will survive. Our democracy is the strongest that has ever been in the world, and the people of this country are. And so I think it's going to be ugly. I think it's going to be painful. I think there are going to be a lot of people hurt, but we will come out in the end and make our democracy stronger and bring everybody in. Ultimately,
yeah, I mean,
rather than later.
It does, particularly even the rebranding piece emphasizes the hope and the creative ways to do things. It does evoke a little bit of even what was in one of the recent Oscar nominated films, Porcelain War, about a sentiment of, good will always be more creative at being good than evil will be at being evil. So I think seeing a lot of the fun ways that and interesting and evocative ways that people were doing things for rebranding Peace, and energizing everyone, was really I think what we need to see more of. And it's good to see that highlighted, that it's a creativity and an energizing, and making sure that Peace is still loud, and that we'll continue to see all of that stuff. Just really quickly, because we only have a little longer here, and we're going to have for our watchers, listeners, everyone tuning in, these films, these segments of these films will be on our YouTube channel. But if people want to learn more about Resisterhood and rebranding Peace, can you tell them where they can go online, for example, to find out more?
Yes, well, Resisterhood is on, you can stream it for free on YouTube and Tubi. You can find it through Apple TV. It's also on Amazon Prime. That one is $2, $5, I think, to own it. So you can find that right now, and please find it, share it. It's very inspirational. Our subjects, as I said, really show how everyday Americans can get involved right now. Rebranding Peace is on the shelf waiting to find some funding. So you can certainly look up the website, which is peace.film. And I hope that we will be back in production again. And before we go, I just wanted to say Women in Film and Video has been really, really important to me. And Melissa Houghton, who's the executive director, I don't know how she does it, but she makes everybody in this organization feel like they are so special and their films are so special. And she has just been a joy and a privilege to work with her and everybody involved in the organization. So I really appreciate what's going on. And I hope that that this is very successful going forward.
Well, we do as well. Thank you so much for chatting with us. And I know I was inspired by your films, and this is a wonderful example of the great work that comes from the WIFV community. So thank you so much for talking with us. And I believe we're going to throw now to the What is WIFV video one more time, and then head back to Sherry and Manda. So thank you again, CJ.
Thank you.
We are women in film and video. We are the resource, the advocate, the support, and the connection. A community of media pros here to tell the truth, share the wealth, and spread the knowledge. Our members can and do meet all your film and video needs. Your one-stop shop from concept to completion, script to screen, narrative to documentary. We are an organization for all genders, genres, and experience levels, dedicated to the advancement of women in film and video through professional development and networking events. We are the nurturers, the writers, the producers, the editors, and the directors, the multitaskers, the taskmasters, the gaffers, the loggers, the dubbers, the bloggers, the know-it-all, the chief of staff, the belle of the ball. We are women in film and video.
Is so exciting to watch that video for me, and I know for everybody. It just reminds us the wonderful network that we have and we continue to create here in the DC area. Monda, how do you think we're doing on funding?
I'm curious. I don't know when we're going to be able to get our thermometer, but I just want to. Oh, wait, have we edged up a notch? Just
I think we did. It's a smidge, but we're early on.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think I see a little bump.
A bump. Yeah, you know what? It is a bump. It is a bump. So we encourage you all to continue to watch. We have more dynamic films coming your way. So Sherry, I mean, I really think we should kind of get back into it. What's coming
Absolutely.
next?
People are loving the films. The next one we have is called In Vine. In Vine, We Trust. And Monda, listen to this. This is a wonderful science experts and environmentally minded wine growers explore the ways in which vineyards may contribute to combating climate change and preserving the planet. Something I never thought about. I want to see what this has to say. So let's go to see In Vine We Trust.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Yeah.
We believe strongly that wine is the product of our relationship with nature. We receive every day a downpour of nature's gifts. Every day the sun comes up, the butterflies flitter around, the birds chirp. We can just go out and just enjoy nature. So if we're at Mother Nature's mercy, they're tender mercies, and I'm all in. We're really at the mercy of other people. People have degraded the soil, so it's not as rich, it's not as resilient to the extreme weather events. Everything about our business has changed because of climate change. The way we farm, bud break occurs earlier, and then we get frost later in the year. One of the blessings and curses of being a winemaker is that we talk to people. We have a voice that other people in agriculture don't have. And we have a responsibility to use our voice to tell the story of what we can and should be doing to make the world a better place.
We've had more rain in the past 10 days than we had in June and July combined. And this is exactly the wrong moment to have it.
There's a decent amount of rainfall in harvest, so we were kind of fighting to pick before that. And I don't know if you remember the conversations when you were in the hospital and we were like trying to tell you like, hey, it's gonna rain, should we pick? And you're like, no, push it. So That's the wines we ended with.
Yeah, I remember the remnants of the hurricane that came through at the end of September, but then a really solid 3 weeks of dry weather with zero rain that followed.
We know we have climate change. The farmers all know. Things are budding out earlier. The winters have changed. We get fewer cold events, but maybe they're colder than they used to be. We get bigger rains than we've ever got more frequently.
There are two aspects to responding to climate change. As a wine grower, we have to adapt to the changing climate by increasing the organic matter in our soil, by improving the diversity of the cover crops, by creating a diverse landscape, by putting carbon, especially the carbon from our last year's grapevines, mulching them in place. We're inoculating the soil. We can also mitigate the effects of climate change, sequester carbon in the soil.
That amount of increase in soil organic matter extrapolated across our vineyards is the equivalent of slightly more than 2,500 tons of carbon dioxide that has been sequestered from the atmosphere. So we're really happy about that.
I think just from an environmental standpoint, every one of us has some chance to do the little bits we can. And we feel like we got to do as much as we can, and that goes from our own life to the small things, trying to reuse things or whatever else too. Like, hey, we're really touching a pretty big percentage of the earth, but relative to most people, we're touching more dirt than most people have access to. We have sort of an obligation to do the best we possibly can with that. And then it's really nice that we feel like, and it makes the wine better.
So that we're looking and we're enjoying wine, not only for the way that it makes us feel, which is important, but also for the way that the farming impacts our planet. And I think that we can increase the enjoyment of wine if the consumer is confident that the grapes have been farmed in a thoughtful way by conscientious people who understand that what they do every day in the field matters.
I can sleep more easily at night knowing that our vineyard team members, who are my friends, who are like family, our vineyard team members are in a healthy environment as they do their work.
I think there's a fundamental desire to leave the place better than we found it.
I was reminded of the phrase, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. So it's not to say that we have figured out how to do this perfectly, but it's about making the next best choice for these animals and our team and for the consumer at the end of the day.
I want to create a habitable world for my grandchildren. Nothing more than that. And a habitable world means a healthy environment, free of pollution, free of plastics, one where we get along with each other, which is the great thing about being in the wine business. It's a wonderful place for people to come, converse in a convivial environment, and talk about difficult issues.
Wow, that is something I never thought about, that winemakers could affect climate change. Amazing. We're learning so much from our membership and the videos and the films that they create. It just warms my soul. And one of the things we can do today to help continue the programming of women in film and video is to donate the $45 or less or more, whatever, but to honor our 45th anniversary. It would be great if you could pick up the phone, give us a call. There on the screen, now we've been told sometimes it's a little small for people to see. So let me tell you that the hotline number is 301 715 8592. And there is a meeting ID number. Now, this is long. You may need to write it down. That number is 823 9957 3588. Or feel free to get on your computer and go right to WIFV, that's WIF as in Frank, V as in Victor.org/donate. And you'll be able to donate right online safely, and it will be noted. We are thrilled to have you here. Just to share with you real quickly, Monda, before I throw it back over to you, the programming that Women in Film does throughout the year includes regular Wednesday ones, which are the first Wednesday of the month, different topics that are presented, filmmaker conversations like you're seeing today, filmmakers coming and talking to our membership. We have roundtables with specific focuses that you can go and talk to colleagues about, like the editors roundtable, the directors roundtable. There's also a yearly Script DC conference that has become national, meaning people fly in from around the nation to attend our Script DC conference. There's general workshops. We have fellowships that are very challenging to get into, therefore making it very exciting. We have our narrative script development fellowship, our documentary development fellowship. We have panels for the 45th anniversary, media maker podcasts. It just boggles the mind so much. So please pick up the phone, get online, join us, donate, and help us continue to thrive in the DC area. Monda, over to you now.
Thank you. And it's just so important, that we continue to support one another. And we're just grateful. We're grateful to lovers of the arts, to be able to share what we have inside of us with you. Everything that we do is for you. And independent film is so important, and I believe even more so in this day and time, with regard to expression and to be able to create with the urgency of now. We heard CJ Krim talk about how rebranding peace is on the shelf until it gets financing, and we've seen this lovely, incredible proof of concept for In Vines We Trust. So even I have a documentary that's on the shelf until more funding is in place. But it's just it's just super important. I mean, an independent film won the Oscars, so there's a lot to be said about the appetite of the American public for being able to receive those messages that are dear and near to us as human beings and that are the heartbeat of our communities. So we thank you. We thank you for those who have already donated. We thank you to those in advance who will be donating. And we're going to go ahead and go to this next film, which takes a look at Lee's Flower Shop in Washington, D.C. Lee's Flower Shop has been around since 1945, and I can honestly say, growing up in the Silver Spring, DMV metropolitan area, that it is a community staple, and it has truly been around for as long as I can remember. And I can say that I'm a proud supporter, and I have an account with Lee's Flower Shop, and I try to support Black-owned businesses where I can. So without further ado, I'm going to ask you to roll the tape, and we're going to take a look at the legacy of Lee's Flower Shop. Thank you.
I was born in Washington, D.C. in 1942. I was born somewhere on U Street. It was so much to remember from that time. You just felt euphoria when you was on U Street. There was the Booker T Theater, the Republic Theater, and the Lincoln Theater. And then there was the Howard Theater. And then there was Ben's Chili Bowl. We'd go there when I was dating. Bohemian Caverns. I remember my mother saying that she and my daddy went and they saw Pearl Bailey and Duke Ellington. It was so much fun. Oh, gosh, there was so many places that was on U Street. I remember one Friday, my dad had off and he took us down on U Street and he told me about Industrial Bank and he took me in there. He told me that this was the place where I should put my money in, and he said, this is Black owned. That day we went past Lee's, and Mr. Lee, he was standing on the outside, and my dad stopped and talked to him for a few minutes. And Miss Lee, I saw her, and she was just so gracious, and at that time we went inside Lee's. And I just stood there. What I felt in that place, it was like a euphoria. I just like to be surrounded with flowers. They make me feel beautiful. They make me feel very happy. I tell my friends that if they can't give me flowers from Lee's, don't give me nothing. I'm fine without it. And Lee's will see me till the day I die.
Hi, welcome to Lee's. What brings you in today? I am in search for some beautiful assortment.
I think flowers are a gift made by God.
Flowers are important to people because it brings them joy. The colors and the smell. For that moment, they just really warm your soul.
I mean, flower shops are going out of business all the time because you can have your grocery stores that sell flowers and your big box stores. So we're really just proud to have Black-owned, 76-year-old business. I was 12 when I started working here, and I started working in the card shop every summer, and I was making $20 a week. I thought that was something right back then, you know, $20 a week. And I was always crafty and loved to sew. Then I said, well, you know, why don't I just become a florist? Because I already have the floral design side of it from my grandmother and learning from her. And so when I was ready to go to college, I went to school for business at Howard and worked here every day because it's right close by. So I was able to walk here from school. And I learned under the tutelage of my grandmother. She was a great businesswoman. I learned so much from her about being a small business owner. She always said, pay your bills first. Pay all your bills and your taxes. Make sure you pay those and people. And treat everybody the way you want to be treated. And so everybody who walks through that door should get the star treatment. I guess I learned from both of them. My grandparents, they both didn't go to college, but they were able to start this business and had the forethought to buy this building. And we always say if they didn't buy this building, we wouldn't still be here.
When I was 12 years old, I started working here, and I did go and work for corporate America for about 15 years. You know, I thought that I would stay there, really. But then when I realized that my family needed me back in the business, I decided to come on back home and help out with the skills that I learned in corporate America. So when I first started working here, I thought that I couldn't do flowers. I was like, I don't know how to do that. I don't want any parts of that. Let me help in the office. But then one day I just said, let me come out and play with some flowers. And it's kind of like innate. Like I felt like it's something that is in my blood. My grandfather, William Lee, he passed away in 1995. And my grandmother, Winifred Lee, she passed away in 2008.
So it was around 2012. My dad was ready to retire. He asked us what we want to do. Do we want to sell the building, cash out, because it's his building, or do we want to keep the business going? And Christy and I said, we want to keep the business going. We want to keep the legacy going. I love working with my sister. We are like yin and yang. We bounce off of each other.
Stacy and I are very different, but we recognize each other's differences and we just work through it.
You hear about so many businesses that fail because the family splits up. That's one thing about my dad. He's like a good mediator for us and keeps us together.
Oh, I learned all kinds of lessons from my parents. Stick-to-itiveness, putting your best foot forward at all times, getting the job done, no matter what it takes. When I think back on those days, we were so happy up here. You know, this is a family. This whole area, the U Street, 14th Street, 7th Street, was like a community. Even though the city was segregated at that time, you know what I mean? You couldn't go downtown, sit and go to a movie. If you went to a store like Garfinkel's or Heck Company, you could buy stuff, but you couldn't try it on if you're black, right? And so we had our own community up here, like 300 minority-owned businesses. And so it didn't matter that downtown was segregated, you know what I mean, or that we weren't appreciated, because we appreciated each other. I remember black colleges, they would have big football games called like the National Classic, the Capital Classic. The football stadium used to be right there where Howard University Hospital is now. That was called Griffith Stadium. They would have parades up and down U Street. And they would have these cars decorated with flowers, and they would have a queen in the court, you know. And so all of them would have big bouquets of chrysanthemums and whatnot. So my parents would stay up all night pulling that stuff together so that it would be ready for the parade the next day. My dad was born in Malden, Massachusetts, and at 16 years old, he took flight and went out on his own. A friend of his was on the railroad and he got him a job, ended up in Montreal. That's where he met my mom. My dad's brother was the first one in business. He was up on Georgia Avenue, and it was doing so well. They told my dad, why don't you come on and go into business with us? And so he did. But unfortunately, like sisters and brothers, they didn't really get along that well. So he decided to open up his own store. My mom, she was still in Montreal, so he says, well, listen, I'm gonna open a store. Why don't you come on down, go into the store and the business with me? So I don't think either one of them really, if they sat down and decided what they wanted to do, they probably wouldn't say, I want to go into the flower business. It just happened that it was there for them and they jumped on it, and, you know, the rest is history. My dad said he borrowed $100 from a funeral director down the street, who's no longer with us either. And then Industrial Bank has always been right here. They developed a relationship. You know, they could go to the bank for loans. And we've always banked with Industrial and probably always will.
Industrial Bank supports black-owned businesses because blacks are at the lower level of economic status in this country. That's why we started the bank, to support blacks that couldn't borrow at other institutions and receive financial services, financial advice. The black community needed successful businesses that they could count on, you know, day in and day out. And so for Lee's to be an African-American owned business at 76 years old is a phenomenal accomplishment and worthy to be recognized and honored.
My mom and dad were in an organization called Teleflora, which was a national organization of all these floras. And so my mom was well known in this organization for her design. She went around the country designing at design shows that they had. We were one of the very few African-American owned flower shops in Teleflora in the country. The fact that she was in Teleflora, and my dad was the president of the local unit, probably precipitated them being asked to come down to the White House and design flowers. Betty Ford, Gerald Ford's wife, they would need florists, and my mom would be called upon to provide floral arrangements. I think it's the determination that my mom and dad had. It was the determination to make it, you know what I mean? And so my mom and dad both had part-time jobs. My dad was a school bus driver, driving kids in the morning and the afternoon. My mom had a job at the Census Bureau, and they both had these jobs while they were running this flower shop. I was always around sweeping the floor or making a delivery, and that's basically how I got my start. I went to school out of town. When I came back, got married. I got a job in the government at the Peace Corps. I was happy. It never occurred to me to come into the flower business, to tell you the truth. Then when he asked me, it was like, wow, and because I'm an only child. So if I'm not here, it's out. Since I had no experience whatsoever, I went to floral art school in Chicago. This was the premier floral art school in the country. Didn't mean when I got through with that course that I was ready, but it meant that I at least had some of the rudiments of the business and that I could work with. As time went on, I would learn from my mom and dad because they were here doing it every day, designing and whatnot. And I'd learned some stuff that they weren't doing, some more up-to-date stuff at that school. So we were both kind of helping each other. And then I was here for 45 years. I worked 45 years here in the flower business.
76 years of business and service in the DC community is 7 decades of the times changing, DC developing, and for Lee's to still continue to stay afloat and still be successful, that's really important.
Good evening. Dr. Martin Luther King, the apostle of nonviolence in the civil rights movement, has been shot to death in Memphis, Tennessee.
When Martin Luther King got shot, my mom was up here at the flower shop by herself because my dad was in Boston, Massachusetts, attending his brother's funeral. So I knew I had to get up here to be with my mom. This was traumatic now. You know, flames all over the city. We didn't know who was burning what, whether we were gonna get burned out or whatever. So we just stayed here all night. She and I sat up right up in front of at the front door of this store right here with a shotgun. Somebody came by and said, you ought to put a sign on your window that this is black owned. And so we put up there on our window, Soul Brother. And that's what other people were doing. Fortunately, by the grace of God, we made it through all right. We've come through some tough things in this country.
It was very ironic that history repeated itself when George Floyd got killed. There were a lot of businesses that were boarding up in the community, and we were like, are we gonna board up? Are we not? We talked about it and we were like, we're not gonna board up. We're just gonna do what our forefathers did and put black business, black-owned business, and hopefully nothing will happen. And it didn't.
I've been here at Lee's for almost 40 years now. I actually came here after I got out of high school. I was on the downfall because I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was just trying to find me a job, to get out the street. And I met Mr. William P. Lee. And when I came down, I was rough around the edges. And he looked at me and he said, what's wrong with you? And his favorite word was young sucker. I said, well, I was interested in a job. He said, do you have a tie? I said, I think I have a tie. His wife, Miss Winifred Lee, she is a stylist. I mean, Miss Lee, when she got dressed, you knew Miss Lee got dressed. She said, you go out here, you buy you 2 ties, 3 shirts, and 3 pair of pants. So I went out and did that. Every day I came in here, I had a tie, a shirt, and slacks on. And Mr. Lee, he liked that so much in me that he said, you don't have to go through the 90-day trial. I'm gonna hire you. And as time went on, we just developed such a gracious friendship. And Mr. Lee was always like, you are a part of this family. I said, I'm a part of your family? I said, my last name Brown. He said, your middle name Leon, ain't it? I said, yes. He said, well, take the on off and you got the Lee. I said, oh, okay, James Lee on Brown, you know? And it's not too many people in this world who's gonna take somebody from nothing and help them build something.
I always cared about the community, and I've always been a doer, and not just a naysayer or somebody sit back and let things happen. I always wanted to be, in the mix. And I felt like that was our responsibility as a business in the community to be a part of the community and to help affect the situation around us. And my daughters are the same way. As long as the door's open and we can walk through and do what we can to help out, we're gonna be right there.
I think he's the mayor of U Street, my grandfather. He does so much. It doesn't matter how old he is, he's always doing something, whether it's on a board or helping somebody with this or donating here. Like, he's very much a part of this city. He's paved the way to our family's success, continued it from my great-grandparents.
Just about everybody in our family has worked through the flower shop, and it's sort of like a training ground for them, and then they go off and soar at whatever career path that they choose. My niece Joy, Christy's daughter, has her own business. My brother worked here. Now he has a successful business in Las Vegas. And so we try to teach them young to have that entrepreneurial spirit.
My mother and father, they were always forward-looking, and they were always ready to grow and to be better.
I think the reason why we last is the quality product that we offer. Just like when you're cooking, you put love into it, you can tell, oh my goodness, this person made this with love and it tastes better. So the flowers, when you're into it and you feel good about it, you're gonna put more into it and put love into it, and it makes it look better.
The shop has gotten lots of awards. The DC Chamber of Commerce gave me the Small Business Person of the Year award. And then my dad had won that award 20 years before. So that was awesome to be like the second generation of persons to get that. We've also won Best of DC 10 years in a row.
76 years in business is just the epitome of success in my mind. And the fact that we're still going and things are still getting better and better, it's amazing. I'm thankful. My daughters, like I say, for keeping it going because they're strong, It takes grit and hard work and a lot of prayer. Okay. I thank my city because I love DC. I tell everybody that, hey, DC has been good to me. I couldn't be happier.
I'm excited to come to work every day. I love working with our great staff. Some people have been here 40, 20 years. Some people have been here a month. And with all the challenges, we make it happen every day. Well, my hope is that our children will continue the legacy, and I hope to still be around to see that, the 100-year celebration of Lee's Flowers.
I always wanted to be a part of the business. I decided I want to take it further because I felt like flowers were my passion. So I just see only up from here with my family's business. I one day hope that me and my cousins will own the flower shop one day and we can pass it to our kids. It's just we're gonna keep it going. We're gonna do everything in our capacity to keep the business alive.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am one of the hosts, Tara Jabari, also one of the rotating hosts for the Media Maker Spotlight podcast. So I will be interviewing the two filmmakers of the last two films we watched. So if we can get Krissa and Camilla on. Cool, great. Hi, guys. Thank you for coming on. So, okay, I have a few questions, obviously. We watched earlier, a little earlier, In Vine We Trust, which is your film, Krissa, and then we just watched The Legacy of Lee's Flower Shop, Camilla, which, fun fact, my mother's a florist, so when I was watching this, I was like, oh, I get all of this. I see the tools and stuff. And not so much fun fact, Krissa, I don't drink alcohol. So it was an interest, but I am interested in climate change, and it was interesting to see it from that perspective and the emotion of that one woman who got really emotional about her coworkers trying to help change, like fight climate change. So I had a question. Are you guys involved with your families or in some capacity? How did you guys get involved with these two subjects, the wine and the flower shops kind of thing? So Krissa, we'll go with you first since we watched your first film first.
I see that you put the two plant-related films together. You themed it that way. So In Vine We Trust is a film that was created. The idea was brought to me by Regina McCarthy, who at the time I visited the vineyards, the winery that she manages as part of a job interview. And at the end of the interview, she asked, do you have any questions for me? And I asked about their farming practices. And then she started telling me, we're doing this for the soil, and we make the wine, we make it in the vineyard, not the winery. And I was mesmerized because the easy thing is to just spray pesticides, herbicides, but they take the uphill road, the road less traveled. That was 5 years. Now more and more wineries, more and more vineyards all over the US, all over the world are following this path of caring for the soil, not tilling, not spraying herbicides, putting animals instead, having cover crops all the year round to capture all the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and putting it back to the soil, contributing that way to the mitigation of climate change. And in this, I'm from Greece originally, and in Greece, climate change is not a political issue like it is here. I realized that when you bring wine into the conversation, more people are open to hear about how climate change is influencing their wine. And I was intrigued by that because this is another way that wine brings people together. And I believe Tom Krogan from Dodon Vineyards is saying that in the film, that winemakers are facing consumers and they have the opportunity to talk about these subjects in a more, in a less threatening way with a glass of wine.
Yeah, that's a great point. And Camilla, how did you get involved with the Lee's Flower Shop?
Well, for me, it was more about documenting and preserving local history. And I had been asked to do a video on the Davis Center for her 50th anniversary. It's a dance, ballet, arts education center in Washington, D.C. And I think after starting that and seeing how it really resonated with a lot of people within the community, I said, I really want to start researching different stories. And so I had a connection through the Davis Center and we kind of discussed different stories that hadn't been told. And so it's, like I said, really about telling these untold stories in the community. And the flower shop has just been around so long that it blossomed into something more. And it was like, okay, well, we really need to tell this story. And it had been told before, but not in this manner. So I think for me, it really just started with preserving and documenting DC history.
And it really was a sweet way of showing that generational family business. And both of your films were, as to your point, like, it's a very relatable thing where it has this non-threatening kind of message, like a bigger message in a non-threatening subject matter. Flowers, family, business, community, and representation, and all sorts of things. And then you have climate change and how it's all interwoven together, how we preserve our like, not gardens, what I'm trying to think of, like the way that we, like you were explaining, all of the ways that the carbon dioxide gets into the plants and all these things. And then it's political, and how does it work? But it's with wine, something that is made for enjoyment, right? And from my mother's experience, we're like, flowers is not a necessity. So it is, and neither is necessarily wine, but people enjoy it and they want to invest in enjoyment. So it was very clever to see these two subjects to bring about these very important and relatable things. How has it been, the reception, since you guys have released it, and for the subject, like the people that you've focused it on, the farmers and the florists?
Well, I know for the Lee family, this has been huge. We've screened at a lot of film festivals, and it's currently airing on PBS. And I mean, it's been really impactful for them. So much so I think that they're kind of sad that they don't get to go to film festivals anymore. But no, it's been monumental. And it's interesting that you make that point about how it's bigger. Because I think for me, I was coming in kind of green, thinking like, okay, this is going to really be impactful for this community and people are going to want to see it and it's going to resonate. And I knew that, but I don't think I knew to what magnitude. And I think it was really important to tell a story. And I think it's kind of, for me, even been like just more of like groundbreaking. I'm like, oh, wow, people really wanted to hear this story. People really wanted to see it. And it meant more than just preserving. It was more like, okay, these stories are not being told and they have to be. So I think that was big for me. So you're right. It is kind of like this soft way of making this bigger picture or telling this bigger picture. So yeah, I agree with their statement.
For us, it's the first time we're showing it to the public. This is a video that was created with the support of Maryland State's Art Council, and it was a teaser that we show for fundraising. So this is the first time we're showing it. I don't know what the response is. I hope it's a good one. We are almost done with production and hoping by the end of the year to finish the film and, send it out to the world.
Oh, well, yeah, it's been really interesting. We had quite a few submissions, so it was a tough competition, but congratulations to both of you and thank you for submitting. And yeah, can't wait to hear the progress it has made for In Vine We Trust. So thank you both for coming on and sharing a little bit more about both your films. And next we will start sharing our WIFV DC, like what is WIFV video again for those who are just tuning in. And then
before we do that, can I say something? Filmmaking is hard, and
yeah,
making films and fundraising for films is hard, but Women in Film and Video is the one and only organization that supports filmmakers and makes it easier for all of us Melissa Houghton has always been by our side, and I'm so grateful for her and her all of her support and hand holding, sometimes counseling as well.
Yeah.
Very grateful for the mentorship program I have been part of, with Tom Kaufman teaching me cinematography and Dan Sonnet right now teaching me fundraising. So thank you to all of them, to all of you, and please keep supporting independent filmmakers and support women in film and video. DC, yes.
Nicely put, Chris. Like, ditto, ditto, ditto.
Yes,
Ditto.
don't forget.
Yes.
Donate.
Donate.
Thanks.
We are women in film and video. We are the resource, the advocate, the support, and the connection. A community of media pros here to tell the truth, share the wealth, and spread the knowledge. Our members can and do meet all your film and video needs. Your one-stop shop from concept to completion, script to screen, narrative to documentary. We are an organization for all genders, genres, and experience levels, dedicated to the advancement of women in film and video through professional development and networking events. We are the nurturers, the writers, the producers, the editors, and the directors, the multitaskers, the taskmasters, the gaffers, the loggers, the dubbers, the bloggers, the know-it-all, the chief of staff, the belle of the ball. We are women in film and video.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Candace.
Hi, Lisa. We are your what? I keep getting the co-host stopped my video.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, then I'll start until you get back on. My name's Lisa Scott. I've been a member of WIFV for several years now. I don't even know how many. I keep away and keep going. And I'll tell you, WIFV is, I know you watched the video, but let me tell you a little bit more about what WIFV can do. If you or you know someone who wants to tell a story or get into the film business in some way, shape, or form, joining and becoming a member of WIFV is the place to be. And you don't have to be a woman. You can be any gender. We accept and help everyone. And we have lots of programming that goes on all year long. You know, if you want to be a writer, director, producer, editor, maybe you just want to do hair and makeup for films, you want to be an animator, any of these things, we have all of that stuff. And we have programming for all of that. And I'm a screenwriter mainly. So that's why I joined. And so I've been writing for many, many years, and we have script writers roundtables. We do script table reads every month, and it's just a great place to be amongst other people, like-minded people, and you know, get you motivated.
Yeah. So yeah, Lisa and I are going to be your co-hosts for the next hour of the telethon here. And to remind you all, obviously, keep donating. Thank you so much. We're going to share a little telethon update in a moment here. In our fundraising goal, obviously, is in celebration of our 45th anniversary. That's why there's lots of 45. I like to say it's a suggested donation of $45, but you can donate more if you'd like. And also, if you can't do 45, any bit helps. So like any bit of money that you can donate would be really helpful to keep this wonderful organization going and able to help everyone. So we are going to continue on with the films and the filmmaker interviews. So we're going to have a 5th video coming up soon. But before we do, I'm just going to quickly pop to our fundraising update, which is,
by the way, we are a nonprofit organization. Wow, look at that. It's moving.
Yeah, so we're approaching 30%. or we're about 30%. Look at that. Good job, everyone. Keep the donating up. Please keep sharing. Share with your friends and your family, anyone who wants to support a good cause here of filmmaking. And yes, as Lisa introduced herself a little bit more on the board, I said a brief hello before for the interview, but yes, I am one of the producers and hosts of the Media Maker Spotlight, which is a WIFV's podcast, and also WIFV's current executive vice president. So hello, welcome. Thanks for joining us on this. And I think Lisa and I have some fun videos coming up. I think we're switching to narratives now. So it's going to be some fun stuff coming up, and yeah, Lisa, what are you looking forward to in what's to come still?
Well, documentaries are great, and we actually need the documentaries because it's history, and there's different types of documentaries. There's the community documentaries, and those are the ones that we put here because we want to support our local communities. And then there's the broader, more global documentaries that might make it to Netflix or Hulu or wherever on streaming. And those are difficult to get on those programmings, but the local ones are great, and they can get on PBS, but also you can also see them on our YouTube channel, which is fantastic. And we're only showing you a small handful of movies, films on our YouTube, on this telethon, but on the YouTube channel, we'll have a lot more films that you can watch. So that's great, but narrative, that's my wheelhouse. I love creative storytelling.
We're stepping more into your favorites. So I'm gonna set up this next fifth video that we're gonna look at today. And this one, so as we said at the top, and you see in our What is WIFV video where we've showed a couple times so far, we are women in film and video, but we are an organization for all gender identities, all skill levels, all types. So we've looked at some filmmakers. We've talked to filmmakers and seen their films so far from women. This next one up is from a man. So this is Mark Ritchie's Waiting for Godot, and it's going to be a fun little narrative. And we're finally getting into we're straying from nonfiction into fiction now. So enjoy Waiting for Godot.
I was hoping Godot would have arrived by now, but the evening is dragging on. I truly want to thank each of you for helping Poser.com reach its best year yet. With folks like you by my side, anything is possible.
And if I may say so, to our fearless leader, Jinsu. Fortune favors the... Oh my God, Chuck.
Chuck! Chuck!
Oh my God, Chuck.
Chuck!
Someone call 911.
He looks dead.
Someone call 911, damn it!
Mariana! Oh, sorry.
Oh, he's dead, all right. Just
For
look at
God's
him.
sake, someone call 911!
You call 911, Fred.
Oh, won't do any much good. He's dead.
Oh my God, seriously?
You can't eat that much mushu pork. It's just not healthy.
Mariana, what is it?
It wasn't the pork. I think he choked on his fortune cookie.
Oh, now that's a real bad fortune, y'all.
Well, what does it say? You will die poorly dressed.
Coincidence? I don't think so. Hello? What? You gotta be kidding me. No way!
People!
Holy! Thank you!
What is going on?
Apparently I just won the lottery.
Oh, well, aren't you the lucky one tonight?
Fred, I think that's amazing.
Oh, what's amazing is I don't even play the lottery.
Wait, focus on Jack here. We need to call someone or get a doctor.
You're right. We should call 911.
Chuck is dead.
This just can't be. He was fine a minute ago.
Well, your time is up. Your time is up.
I wonder if your fortune came true too.
Well, I don't know.
People!
Well, my fortune, it reads, you'll never again have to worry about money.
Say again? Okay, we need to get management in here pronto.
I'll get the manager.
Okay, that was some freaking shit.
Can someone please call 911?
What I said before.
My phone's dead.
Oh, no signal on mine.
Can someone please check mine?
Okay, this is some bad horror movie.
No chance. If this were a horror film, Pam would have been the first to go.
You're right, it's always the black person that bites it first.
And?
It says, do I have your attention?
Like, yeah.
I'm watching you.
Oh, no. I am not playing this game.
What game is this?
Never trouble till trouble troubles you.
We are already in trouble, Pam.
Just crack open your cookie, Pamela.
Oh, no. I'm not cracking open anything except the heads of whoever is playing this game.
Then someone please open mine.
It says, oops, wrong cookie.
That's on you, Pam, darling.
Oh, you can kiss my black ass.
What about Galdo's fortune? The fortune you seek is in the last cookie.
Pam! Oh, no. I am not dying. Not today.
But Fred won the lottery. Yours might not have anything to do with death.
Have you seen Chuck?
Maybe Pamela is right. Maybe if we stop looking at fortunes, this will all just pass over.
Whatever this is.
What you worried about?
Easy for you to say, rich boy.
Would anyone mind if I put Jack's head down? My arms are getting tired. Now, have we looked at every possible exit?
Go ahead, try yourself.
Damn, where did she go?
Pam, give us your cookie.
Nope, I told you, I am not playing this game.
Pam!
Oh no! You all stay away from my
Excuse me, I wanted to inform you that we received a call from one of your members saying that they will be unable to attend this evening. Galdo, I think?
Did she say why?
Something about there were no more lift bikes at the terminal, and sorry to have kept you waiting.
Wait!
If we don't figure out something soon, Chuck's gonna start smelling.
I do not want to stay trapped in this stink.
Oh, Pam! What if I give you my fortune and you give me your cookie? It'll be a fair swap.
Says who?
No, seriously, that's how it is.
How do you even know? You're not even Chinese!
Why is this happening?
Your cookie is the last straw, Pamela.
Fine. Then I want to trade my fortune for Fred's.
What, girl? Hell no.
Suddenly, you don't mind sitting next to rotting Chuck.
I did not offer you my fortune. Anne Marie offered to swap with you.
I don't want Anne Marie's fortune. I want yours. Take it or leave it.
You are aware that two people can actually share the same fortune, yes?
For real?
I'm Chinese, I should know.
Fine. But I want to hold it.
Fred? You are about to experience a great miracle. Mr. Albert, are you okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have fallen asleep. Thought I was in my own personal existential hell.
Oh, child, that's my life every day.
It isn't contagious, is it?
Believe me, if you were ever stuck in one of your own, you'd know it.
As I was saying, fortune favors the lucky.
Just wait until tomorrow?
We're back.
We're back. That was fun.
Yeah. So we are going to share a little bit of information about WIFV, some kind of fun facts about WIFV while we have a few moments here. As you know, we are celebrating our 45th anniversary, which means we were founded in 1979. We were founded by about a dozen women who met in a living room, and it grew and grew, and now we are, we're servicing even more than just the Mid-Atlantic. We're based in DC, but and that's our primary focus, but we have members all around the world. As you can see, all this online stuff and our website is made possible because in 1997 is when WIFV.org started. So that's another fun fact. And Lisa had mentioned earlier a lot of the different programming and roundtables and all the fun stuff that we have. Thanks to being online with WIFV.org, that's also when our listserv launched. Those are great resources. We also have different newsletters that we send out to our members. We've got a Monday missive, there's monthly newsletters, there's members in the news. We do all kinds of things to support our community and the media maker creative community as a whole. And what we're going to talk about some other stuff as well, but we did also kick off our 45th anniversary with a 45th anniversary disco themed party, kind of a 70s, 80s vibe in DC. And Lisa, you gave some trivia there and you enjoyed as well. Did you want to talk a little bit about your experiences at that party?
Well, the trivia contest was just fun. I mean, I spent a couple of days just researching 1979 trivia. And I don't know how old you are, Candace, but I was alive at that time.
I wasn't yet, but
okay. But that was great. And I want to say, we are, I guess we're a nonprofit organization. So any donation you make, you can write off in your taxes. Of course, the more you donate, the more you can write off. So,
Excellent, yes.
yeah, it's a great thing to have. And uh-oh, what's going on?
Oh, we're also going to share the donation screen again, so you have
Oh,
all that information because we have it small on our screens, but so you can know, you can go to wif.org/donate, or you could call the number you see on the screen, and then you'll dial in to us, and we'll take care of you from there in terms of however you would like to donate.
Yeah, also, if you or you know someone who wants to become a member, we have different levels of membership. You could be a student, you could be, just a general membership. You can be an executive if you've been in a business for a while. You could be a corporate sponsor for us as well. And then you'll be privy to all the info, all the stuff, the programming that we have that's coming up. Later this month, or no, the beginning of April, we have Women of Vision Awards, which is a huge program that we have at the Women's Museum downtown. And it's
Yeah, the National Museum of Women in the Arts. It's a
yes,
beautiful location. We were there last year as well. We're going to be there again this year. Yeah, it's one of our main sort of flagship events, we like to say, as well as our conference Script DC, where we try to bring people together for more like masterclass type learning and hands-on experiences as well. So that's another example of our programming. I'm gonna be a little selfish here and talk about one of my favorite bits of the programming, our podcast, because I am one of the producers and hosts of our podcast. It's been around since 2022. It's called Media Maker Spotlight, and we're coming up on our 100th episode. We talked to all sorts of people in the screen-based media industry, and it's myself, Tara, who you saw interviewing as well, and Sandra, who's going to come up soon later in the program in the telethon too. And yeah, you can find all of our episodes anywhere you get your podcasts, including on YouTube, which we know you know how to get to YouTube. You're here now. So we have video companions for those as well. And you can find the podcast on wif.org, as well as the show website, which is mediamakerspotlight.com. So yeah, that's just my little shout out there. Also, another way you could support women in film and video, in addition to donating, please donate, obviously, yes, keeps all these great programs happening, is we have merch. So we have a merch store. I'm wearing some of our merch here now. I'm wearing one of the sweatshirts. Here's an example of a water bottle for the podcast. There's all kinds of other things. Here's a hat. There's a lot of stuff you can find there, and some even honoring our 45th anniversary. So you can find that on wif.org as well. There's a button for the shop. You can find us there. So that's another plug for other ways you can support this wonderful organization.
Yeah, and I just want to give a little bit of history about, women in the film industry. When the film industry first started in the I guess that was last century. Oh my God, it's so crazy to say something that started a century ago.
Yeah, back in the 1900s.
In the early 1900s, women were equal in their participation in the film industry. They were directors and writers and producers. They did their own films and everything. And it was great. And nobody thought anything of it at the time. But then what happened was talkies. And people like, talkies? What are you talking about? Yeah, they were silent films in the beginning. But then when talkies happened, they had to build sets to control the sound. And that cost money. And then it was harder for women to get money because, men have more money. They control the purse strings, and they weren't providing money to women directors and producers to build these sets. So they kind of died off for like 50 years. It was crazy. There was one or two women directors in 50 years. It was just mind-boggling to think about that. And I watched all those old black and white movies, and I never looked at the credits, and I never knew who did those movies back then. But you can see right now that there weren't that many women in the control box. But anyway, now women actually are still having difficult time, directors especially, and the Directors Guild is, only a little bit helpful with the women because it's mostly men. I think maybe 90% of the directors are men. It's just astounding. I don't understand it, but you know,
Well,
they
we are
like
making
status
progress.
quo.
Yeah, we're making some progress, and a lot of that is thanks to organizations like these that are supporting women and underrepresented voices, and supporting and being allies for getting more of our population to be the people in charge of telling the stories of our the human race, which is not just one particular type of person. So it's great that we're doing more of that. There's still a long way to go, as we know, which is why supporting organizations like this is so important, and supporting films that are made by women, women in high up positions as well. You know, the DPs and cinematographers, directors, writers. We're seeing more, but we do have a long way to go, obviously. So yeah, we just need to keep doing that. There's also a lot more production companies that are just springing up where, if women aren't seeing it done the way that it should be done, they're doing it themselves and starting fresh. And we've seen a lot of success with that as well. So it's really good to see that women, the films that we create are popular, they're successful, they're well received. So, we're still working towards that parity in front of and behind the camera. And as you said, with throwing back to the older films, right? So, and the black and white days, and then the talkies, and then the colors coming in. So our next film that's coming up is actually a throwback film as well. It's got sort of it's based on a true story, has a little bit of a fun story to share, and it's going to be in black and white. So your screen is fine. You don't need to adjust your screen if you tune in and you see that it's black and white. And the next film coming up is one that is by Sherry Raddick Stroud, who was one of our first co-hosts, who introduced herself earlier, and she's going to be back later as well. I don't know, Lisa, if you've seen this film yet as well, but it is another fun narrative film. Yeah. So we're just about, we'll throw to it a few seconds earlier, but here we go with Hero's Honeymoon. So Hero's Honeymoon by Wonder Pictures is now our next video. Take it away.
October 29th, 1938, New York City. Dozens, maybe hundreds of people got married that day, but only 2 of them were my parents. The next day, they embarked on a traditional journey that would turn out to be a hero's honeymoon.
I cannot get that song out of my head.
I've got just a cure for that.
Now, save some of that for Niagara Falls.
Tonight, we'll register as Mr. and Mrs. Kempner. I can't believe it.
Don't tell me it's all just a dream.
If it is, we're both living it at the same time, Dottie.
Welcome aboard bus service from New York to Buffalo and continuing service to Niagara Falls.
So there's a beautiful young girl knocking on my hotel room door all night long. I finally had to let her out. Get it? She was inside the...
First time to Niagara Falls?
Yes.
Newlyweds.
Does it show?
Yes.
We just got married yesterday.
Oh.
My name's Dottie, by the way, and this is Irv.
Well, hi. Oh, I had that look once, too. 5 times, actually.
Okay, so the doctor calls Mrs. Cohen and says, Mrs. Cohen, your check came back. Mrs. Cohen says, well, so did my arthritis. Is it just me or is it getting mighty warm in here?
So how many children would you like, Mrs. Kempner?
2 maybe. A boy and a girl. That'd be really nice.
2 girls. I want daughters.
Really?
Oh, and a dog. A big, sloppy St. Bernard.
No dice. I'm terrified of dogs.
I didn't know that. Maybe something a little smaller, say a Cocker Spaniel?
No.
Dachshund?
No.
Do you see us staying in Brooklyn forever?
Irv, do you see the man up back that way? He looks so lonely. He didn't get off the bus at the last rest stop. Will you give him this? My hero?
Excuse me, mister. I don't mean to disturb you. My wife sent me over here. We noticed she didn't get off at the last rest stop, and, well, we were wondering if you were hungry. My wife's been carrying a leftover piece of wedding cake in her bag. She, well, we wanted to share it with you. There you go.
Yeah. Thanks.
You live in Niagara Falls.
I live wherever there's work. Or used to when there was still work to be had.
You trying your luck upstate then?
Yeah. Right. You just might say that.
When they begin the begin, it brings back the sound, the music so tender. It brings back a night in a tropical splendor. It brings back the memory of green. And with you once more under the stars, and down by the shore an orchestra's playing, and even the palms seem to be swaying when they begin the begin.
This here's Wilfred, folks. We're gonna take a quick 15-minute break. Maybe get out, stretch your legs, grab something to eat, and be back here 8:45 sharp.
Run for your lives.
What's going on, pal?
It's all over the radio. We've been invaded by men from Mars. They just landed in Jersey and working their way north. They're killing everything in the path.
Driver, get us out of here!
I head west. That's where I'm going.
You heard the man?
We're sitting ducks in this bus!
Irv, how can you just sit there like that when we're about to be killed? I'm getting off this bus. There's got to be a train station in the town. Give me that.
Come on,
going to
hurry.
find the train station.
Hey, listen to me, old man. If you're gonna stick with me, you better start laughing at my jokes. Tell me a funny one and I will! For God's sake, you're my manager!
Cops will have roadblocks everywhere. The Army too, maybe.
Yeah, but I know all the back roads.
So do I.
You two staying?
We want to get to Niagara Falls. What are you going to do?
Oh, this bus company's paying me to take you to Niagara Falls, and that's where we're going.
Tonight?
Tonight.
Irv, I'm really scared.
We'll be all right.
What if what they're saying is true?
Don't worry. I'll take care of you. We're together, and that's all that really matters. What happens to one of us happens to both of us. Okay? Well, it seems my parents had chosen to go on their honeymoon the night of Orson Welles' infamous War of the Worlds radio broadcast. People tuning in late thought it was the real thing, and the U.S. plunged into a national panic. Dottie and Irv would spend the next 53 years together. Dottie died in 1990, and Irv followed her a little over 2 years later. They raised 2 loving sons and a number of parakeets, all named Peter. They lived a comfortable, if unremarkable, life. But no one could ever take away from them that on one glorious night in October 1938, they defied the might of 2 warring planets to pledge their love to each other. A quiet act of heroism that would last them a lifetime.
And we're back. So now that we have seen a couple more, welcome back, Sherry. We're going to talk to the filmmakers of Waiting for Godot and Hero's Honeymoon. Hero's Honeymoon is from Sherry Raddick Stroud, and Mark Ritchie is about to join us here in a second, and he was behind Waiting for Godot. Hi, hello.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, it's a couple of cute films. It was definitely a switch from before to now some jaunty and fun narratives. Couple things that I noticed were some similarities that I kind of want to talk to both of you about. As we know, in independent filmmaking especially, you usually wear multiple hats. So in both of these films, each of you did more than one thing to make it happen. So I just was curious, perhaps in order, starting with Mark for Waiting for Godot. What was it like to wear all those hats for this film? And is there a particular role that you actually like most and want to be focusing on moving forward?
Quite honestly, I like being in charge of it all because then I have more control over the final product. So I typically will only direct things that I've written. And in this case, I had written the piece. I was one of 5 directors. Sherry was one of the directors as well. And we had a unique situation where this had won a contest, the Let's Make a Short contest. It was one of 5 winners, and the all call was put out for anybody that was interested in working on these projects. And I had 4 other directors who were very interested in being a part. So I ended up bringing them all on. And what we did was divide each of the directors had 2 of our cast members who they were to direct. And then we had a technical director who on the day of the shoot sort of made sure that all of that was symbiotic in their performance and so forth. So I normally like to again, write, direct, certainly edit. And then if I can, I'll throw myself into the script or into the film. In this case, they didn't need me. We had such great performers that it was unnecessary. So for me, I love it all. I just love being on a film set. I love filmmaking. I love the entire process. Count me in for all roles. I do a
Wonderful.
lot
Even
of
Crafty, I saw you were in there.
Yep, throw me in for that as well. So yeah.
Yeah. So Sherry, how about you? I know that you tend to have even a cameo or a little starring role in most of your productions as well.
Yes, I do a Alfred Hitchcock. Wonder Pictures is my company, along with Rich West of West Production Services, who was the narrator on this production. But I just said if I'm going to be doing it, I'm going to be in it. And some of the movies, lead. Some of the movies, I'm just in the background. Doesn't matter. We have a film coming up in a little bit where I'm going to be in a photograph because there's no other place for me. But yeah, I love doing all of it. I'm not an editor. That's Rich's bailiwick. Rich directs most of the films that Wonder Pictures does. I'm the producer, casting director, whatever else I need to jump into, I will do. But I love multitasking and I love the creation of it, whatever the project may be. That to me is the most fun, even though I love watching the films. But I'll sit late at night, sometimes I don't feel like going to bed. So I get on the computer and I start watching all the old films.
There you go. It's good. It's good that they bring you joy, right? That's an important part of why we make these, is to sort of spread the happiness of the viewing experience. And it's wonderful that you all have you both have experience in multiple roles, because it does make one a better director if you have experience in other facets, for example, just as one example. Another thing that I found really like a good sort of connection between both of these pieces, I mean, they're not narratively connected in any way, is they both relied a lot on a really sort of specific film score and music to set the tone and the mood of it. So I was wondering if you could each talk about the process of how that came together and how you sourced that music for each of them. We can start with Mark.
I'm actually going to let Sherry answer this question because only because I remember after seeing Hero's Honeymoon, I said, who the heck did you guys get to do the soundtrack for that? It's phenomenal. And Sherry was like, oh, well, Rich kind of put it together, like puzzle pieces from a variety. And that's exactly the way I cut music. So I'll have her answer because it's identical.
Well, when we wanted to put Begin the Begin in, and for the youngins out there, Begin is a dance of the 1940s. So in case you were wondering, oh yeah.
Yeah.
We had to go to New York and we had to get the rights. And we got the rights to use it. It's not in public domain yet, but we could not afford the rights to the most popular version. So we got the rights to use it, but then we had to find the musicians that would play the song that we could put into the movie. And fortunately, we did. A fabulous guy in Maryland. He was the flute or whatever it was, the clarinet, and he had a piano player, so they were able to do that. And then most of the other songs come from libraries that are out there. And Rich, as I've said, did an amazing job of editing it all together. The biggest thing was, again, the Begin, all of the hoops to jump through and the paperwork.
But that is an important part of filmmaking, is
Oh,
getting,
yes.
doing your research, getting the rights. It's a lot of things that people might not think of or consider.
Well, let me also mention quickly, and Mark, I don't mean to take from you, but the main character of Hero's Honeymoon is the bus. And we had to find a bus, which we went to Hershey, Pennsylvania, the bus museum. We were fortunate, we talked with them. They allowed us to rent a bus, but it was not allowed to be brought onto the street. We had to go to Hershey, Pennsylvania to film. And the street scenes you see is Rich's creativity of making the bus look like. We had to green screen the bus and drop in all of that picture, all of the moving pictures to make it look like we were actually moving when we were not allowed to take it out on the street.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's all part of the fun creative process.
Yeah, there's things you didn't think you would have to learn so much about when you're making films often. Now you have experience with green screen and all of that, so you could do superhero action stuff now too. You're all ready for it. So that's wonderful. And it's great that you two have worked together before. I was wondering if you, and you do work together at times. So could you maybe speak to a little bit of that community, how you first connected, and the projects that you've done together? Or you said that you are collaborating maybe with different people that you've worked with, like how as a filmmaker community, because you're both in WIFV, how you've kind of helped each other with each other's projects.
Sure. Sherry, how did we first meet? I mean, it was through some event at Women in Film and Video.
Ooh, breaking here. Yeah.
No, I mean,
I feel like you've always been in my life.
But yes, I feel the same way. So
that's the power of WIFV, everyone. It's just immediate family. Yeah.
It is the power of WIFV. So in the spring of 2020, I was running a podcast on women in film, and I interviewed Melissa Houghton, who's the executive director of Women in Film and Video, and she said, Mark, I really think you should join the community. And I said, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm not a woman. And she said, Mark, no, we accept everyone and anyone. And I thought, okay, well, I'll give this a shot for a year. And I became addicted because of the community that Women in Film and Video builds. It's remarkable. I mean, my company, Cryptic Pictures, has expanded dramatically because of all the connections and networking that I've done. And in Sherry's case, at that point, everything was Zoom, if you recall, because it was right in the heat of the pandemic in that first year and a half. And so Sherry became a very familiar face in all of the Zooms that I was on. And so when we did finally meet, I remember going, "Hey, I know you," and getting a big hug. And it's been that way ever since. And so if there's anything that Sherry ever needs, she knows I'm around the corner and always there, and vice versa.
Vice versa. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, it really does emphasize the power of this community, and so not only do you find the people that you're looking for, but if you have a question, you can even just pop it up anywhere and someone will find that. For these particular films in general, can you talk about like what you did in terms of any festival runs and any reception for it, and maybe where we're going to put them on the YouTube as well, but just how these ones were well received when they first came out?
Well, of all of the films, we Rich and I create films for specifically film festivals. Wonder Pictures right now does just shorts. And with Hero's Honeymoon, it currently is our biggest award winner of all the films we've done so far. We've got two that are getting very close to it. But we've been very, very lucky and fortunate to have our films well received and well liked. And it encourages Rich and I to continue going forward. And we have gotten a bit of a reputation where we don't have to go out looking for scripts that much. People are coming to us saying, look, we've got a short, would you read it? And, what do you think? So we're very lucky at this point to be in that position that we have scripts available to us. Bert Kempner, who wrote Hero's Honeymoon about his parents, he was the one who was doing most of our films early on, sending us scripts. Very prolific writer. That's what he does as a job. Writes for magazines and TV and everything. He would send us scripts constantly. Hey, what do you think about this? And how about, and now it's opened up to where many more people are reaching out to see if we could do their films. So I feel very lucky with that.
Wonderful. Yeah. Well, obviously we're running out of time. That we want to stay on track, so we've got to go. But it was great to see these. We'll keep our eyes peeled for more coming from both of you as well, because we've got keep our eyes on Wonder Pictures and Cryptic Films and all that. And thank you so much for talking with us. We are now going to throw to Connie, our current president, Connie St. John, who's going to acknowledge some of our wonderful donors so far from the telethon today.
Mark's good to see you, honey.
Good to see you too. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Candace, and thank you, Sherry and Mark. All of our wonderful our wonderful filmmakers who've been on here, and I'm so thankful also for our hosts, our podcast hosts, for interviewing everyone. But we really want to say thank you to all of our wonderful donors. You guys are contributing, and we're so thankful for that. So I'm just gonna acknowledge some names here, and then I'll put on the screen while we're bringing our on-air host back. I'll put on the screen where you can make donations. But I'm going to acknowledge our donors just this morning or this afternoon who've been giving. So Sandra B., Kimberly S., Melissa H., Cheryl C., Jacqueline G., Constance, Margaret, Tara, Kelly, who's also known as Mira, Mary, Malika, Terry, Krissa, Joe, Manda, Lula, and Gina. So thank you so much to our amazing donors, and we'll be acknowledging all of you again later. So I want to say thank you to our team that is bringing in the money as well. We really appreciate that. They're over there doing that. And so I will let our co-hosts talk, but as they get ready to talk, I'm going to just show once again where you can donate.
We'll get that donation screen up here, and Yeah, so again, it's WIFV.org/donate, or you could call in. So please keep those donations coming. We're past 30% of our goal. We'd like to, and we're about halfway through the telethon. So thank you so much for those of you who have done that so far. And a preemptive thank you to those who will vote or will donate to come.
Let me ask you a question, Candace. Is that number still good after the telethon for donations if someone wants to donate later?
So that number is for if you're donating during the telethon. So, but WIFV.org/donate is always good all the time. So that is probably the best and easiest way to do that. If you call into that number, we just have people today who can reach you. If you wanted to use a phone to call in instead of that as well, you can call the WIFV offices. I don't have that number offhand right now, but I could grab it. I believe it is 202-429-9438 should be the number for the WIFV office. And yeah, but WIFV.org/donate, that's going to be the best place to go. And then there's a nice big donate a button if you just go to WIFV.org. So if you don't even remember that, just remember WIFV.org for Women in Film and Video.org, and you can find ways to support the wonderful organization. And you can check out all the things that we offer as well. So we've got, the calendar on there, the different programming, photos of different events. You should also follow us on social media. We're at WIFV DC on most of the platforms. So yeah, you can find all that there. So we have another our 7th video coming up now. Lisa, did you want to throw to our 7th?
Yeah, I want to say last year someone from the board reached out to Mattel that makes Barbie dolls because the Barbie movie was a huge hit, and they decided every year Barbie creates a new what do you call it, career
theme,
a career themed Barbie. And last year was the year of the filmmaker Barbie. So they reached out to them and said, it's our 45th anniversary. Can you be a sponsor or something? And they donated 200 Barbie dolls. And we're like, wow, that was incredible. We had a big party and all our members got a Barbie doll, everybody who attended. And then I thought, oh, let's do something more. Let's, everyone who wants to create a film, a short movie,
film, yeah.
a short film with using the Barbie doll. It could be live action or animated or whatever it was. We did that, and they competed. We had a lot of submissions. We watched them. People voted on them, and we are going to present one of those tonight. It's called, what is it?
To Catch a Barbie Killer.
Catch a Barbie Killer.
Yeah.
Right?
So everyone enjoy To Catch a Barbie Killer.
And then Karen can give Barbie a makeover for the ball.
No, I'm not letting her go for an instant. I heard there was a Barbie killer on the loose.
Where'd you hear that?
My friends told me her friend had it happen.
And you believed her?
Duh, she doesn't lie. Oh, I gotta use the bathroom.
Open the door quietly, your mom's on a Zoom.
Okay.
Hi everyone, I want to welcome our U.S. and international partners to this important meeting. Today we'll decide the fate of our Dinners During Disasters Fund. We'll ask each team to present their proposal, then do a Q&A, and then vote. Sasha Gordon, would you like to lead off?
No. My Barbie, I can't find her.
Oh, you brought her inside with you.
This can't be happening. I was so careful. Oh, Barbie, what happened to you? This must have been the Barbie killer. Barbie, I promise I will avenge you.
But how?
We're going to catch the Barbie killer.
here earlier?
I think so.
Then come on, I see the dog! Hey, hey!
Hey, what's up?
Somebody killed my Barbie! And your dog is the prime suspect. We found this fur right by the body.
She has a muzzle. There's no way that's possible. And that fur doesn't even match hers. Do you have any other clues?
There's just some feathers and some blood.
I say we start by finding a bird.
Well, there's some geese down on the harbor.
I don't think the feathers were actual goose feathers. Maybe they were artificial?
Maybe we should look for other dogs then.
Oh, look! Oh, there's one over there! But if none of these have the same fur that matches, I feel so discouraged.
Bummer. Well, at least we tried.
Yeah, I guess.
Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we show Penny the scene of the crime? She might be able to sniff something out.
That's brilliant, let's go!
Wow, that's a lot of blood. You kidding? No. Oh, that's gross.
Because I'm an artist and Barbies are my medium. I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for that ketchup living mutt. That's okay though, because no one will believe you even if you tell them. And you know what? Ken is next.
That's just mean.
Well, you forgot about something.
Oh yeah.
Mom!
How do you follow that? A Barbie murder. Oh my gosh. Oh, those movies were so much fun. And Lisa, what a great idea to take the Barbies and just have some fun with them. And that was really so enjoyable. Anna,
Hi.
you're with us. So glad to see
Well,
you.
three fun stories, one after another.
Absolutely, yes. Well, I have been here before, but for those of you just tuning in, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Sherry Raddick Stroud.
Call you later.
I'm on
I'm on
Film
a
and
Zoom call.
Video board, and it is an honor to be here with you all afternoon. I've got a new cohort this afternoon, Anna here. And Anna, let me see, you're going to talk a bit about, well, please introduce yourself, and then let's talk a little bit about fundraising.
Okay, great. I'm Anna Gerard, and I've been with Women in Film for, I don't even remember when I joined, but I've been in the DC area since 1984. And I just want to sing praises to WIFV, because when I first came here, I was from Boston and New York. I came out of New York City, and it was there were wonderful filmmakers here, but felt very small. It felt like a small film world. And now, 40 years later, it's just wonderful. There's like a renaissance going on here, and there's so many ways that Women in Film helps the whole media community and the film community. I mean, there are over 900 members, and there are 3,500, I believe, 3,500 program attendees in the various things that are offered to people here. And WIFV helps not just the media, but the whole local community, both government and corporate businesses here. it contributes to the whole culture of the Washington D.C. area. So but I also want to sing praises to Melissa and to many of the staff here, because I'm an older person. I've been in film a long time, and I had been mainly a writer and a producer, and finally was able, when my children left, to direct. Finally, I was able to direct, and I relied on WIFV and Melissa tremendously there, and so there I was, almost in my late 70s, directing for the first time, and it was just wonderful. So I've now finished directing my first film, and I have two more in the wings. So I'll be almost 80, starting on a second directing. So it's just a most wonderful. I can't sing enough praises to women in film. It's just opens things up for people at all levels and in all sorts of ways, and it's really a terrific organization. So I'm hoping that folks can support it, and I want to praise it also in terms of fundraising, that we've raised monies in terms of grants. I'm really proud of us. We've done quite a bit in terms of raising monies through grants, but now we're raising monies through this telethon, and for the first time. Yeah. And and this is really helping us to expand the kind of work we're doing.
And our programming, to continue with our programming.
Exactly.
And to broaden our membership base. All
right.
Very, very positive, Anna. Yes. And
exactly.
You also serve on the board, right? You're still on the board, right?
I'm on the board. And because we help it because don't forget that the Washington D.C. now, that's the amazing thing here, is that each Washington, this whole area now is the third largest media production center in the country after New York and LA. And folks wouldn't realize it, but it's a unique place because you've got local, national, and international threads going on here in culture and organizations here. So the stories here are special here. So the dynamism here is quite wonderful. And when I first came here, I worked on a series called Global Links with the World Bank, and that was in 1984 and 85. Wow. And I saw, oh my gosh, the stories are amazing that I was having to work on there.
And Anna, only because of time, forgive me.
I know, but now we can move into those stories now, and that's where we're going, towards international work. And so women in film can help in that.
Yes, absolutely. And our next video does have a beautiful theme to it. The next video is called Pooch Sitter. Now, it's a short film, and it's a short film about homelessness, but you don't realize it initially as you're watching it. It is disguised as a film about pet sitting. I know you all have used a pet sitter when you've gone away. So on the surface, it's about a quirky pet sitter seeking love and adoration from other people's dogs, when in actuality, it's about a pet sitter trying to survive homelessness. So let's watch now Pooch Sitter, next on our video list.
Come on, Wilma, bring me the ball. Hey, stop sniffing Napoleon's butt. Auntie Ada, they're out of plastic bags. How are we gonna scoop the poop?
I rode my bicycle past your window last night. I roller skated to your door at daylight. It almost seems like you're above me. I'm okay alone.
Hello? Yeah, this is Ada. Oh my God, you have a cancellation this week at the beach house? That's perfect. My nieces and nephew are gonna think I'm a hero to them. Okay. Oh, no pets? Okay, give me an hour. I'll find someone, but please save my spot. Okay, thank you so much. Napoleon, leave this nice lady alone.
Oh, no, they're fine, dear. I live for dogs.
So which one of these is yours?
We're going to the beach?
Oh.
The beach, the beach, the beach. Eric, we'll make sand castles.
Okay, hold your sand angels. I've got to find someone to watch the dogs first.
Why can't Miss Leah watch them like always?
Leah's on vacation.
We ain't going. She's the worst auntie ever.
Guys, give me a break. I've got to follow the house rules.
Oh, I can help.
Oh, wow. Talk about miracles. Do you have any references?
Oh, well, I was recently watching 2 King Cavalier Charles Spaniels for the Duke and Duchess of Middlesex, Baron and Beckon. They were so cute. Oh, but you can't call royalty for references.
Really?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay, guys, we're going to the beach.
Oh, fantastic! Oh, I look forward to spending more time with you little cheeky monkeys. They're adorable. Oh, come here, dear. I'm a hugger.
We're going to the beach. 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 We're going to the beach.
So that's the grand tour, Claire. You have a lovely home, dear. Oh, thank you. Oh, and before I forget, my room is off limits.
Oh, bollocks. I'm just poking fun with you, dear. Any bed for me head is better than none, and your guest room is perfect. Where do the dogs sleep?
So the dogs sleep in their crates, actually. Oh, and before I forget, I've got these menus here. Excuse me, Claire?
Yes, dear.
I've got these menus here of some of the favorite restaurants that I use, and they offer free delivery service.
Oh, thank you, dear. Now, do you have plenty of dog treats? Because sometimes our canine friends need a little extra love to feel complete.
Absolutely. They're in the kitchen at the top shelf.
Oh, good.
But they're very pricey, so please use them sparingly. Yeah, please.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Come on,
okay, I'm
let's
coming
go.
here. Why don't you guys take the car keys and I'll meet you in the car. But please use them sparingly because they are pretty pricey.
Listen, your fur babies will be in good hands. You go and enjoy those little nieces and nephew. Enjoy your holiday.
Thank you, we will. So, before I go, here are their leashes.
Oh, good.
Wanted to make sure you knew where they were. They love walking. Okay, guys. They're so cute.
Hi, sweetie.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Well, you enjoy your trip, darling.
Thank
Have
you.
a wonderful time. Bye. Hey, darlings. It's just us. It's time for a little fun. What you say? Hey? We're going to have fun. Yes, we are. Come on. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm just getting home now. I bet they're tired. They must have gills because they swam for hours and hours. Wilma Napoleon! This woman used up all the treats. I told her not to use all the treats. No, she's gone already. She said she had a curfew or something. Yeah, she's weird. It's like she's got this British accent and rhymes. It's like the Queen meets Jay-Z. Wilma Napoleon! I gotta go. I gotta walk my dogs. They're usually all over me by now. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Bye.
Hey, Ada.
Hey guys, how's it going?
All right.
Napoleon, Wilma, how are my favorite puglugs?
They've been acting a little
More like
sleepless lately.
bugs.
What?
They could never be
They're
strange.
not ugly. They're gorgeous.
Good puglicious.
Especially that one right there.
No. So ever since the pet sitter.
Pet sitter?
Yeah.
Is she licensed? Bonded? You do know the games that these pet sitters been running on people, right?
Yep. I was just telling Terry about some crazy horror stories online yesterday.
Mhm.
I'll never leave my Griselda with anybody. Believe that.
Got that right.
Did you check references?
She didn't have any references. She said she takes care of the Dutch and Duchess's dog of Middlesex, Baroness or something like that.
Ada, you fell for the okie doke.
I'm a true fan of the royals, and I can tell you there is no Duke and Duchess of Middlesex, England.
What? You guys are making me nervous.
You should be. Letting strangers all up in your house like that? Not a good look, girl.
Listen, Ada, give me your phone. I'm gonna give you my homeboy's Dre number. He'll hook you up with a doggy kennel.
Okay.
Then you can see what homegirl's really up to when you ain't there.
Okay, yeah, because my normal pet sitter, she's on vacation. And you know, I'm trying to plan a weekend getaway from my boyfriend. It's his birthday.
Just take notes.
All right, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I'll see you
anytime.
guys soon.
There it is. She can't go to the bathroom. Well, I have an eyes on her.
Wonderful.
So, big ass mug. You know that, right?
It matches my shirt.
All right, just remember, you can download the camera feed.
Mhm.
This way, I have it set up where you can watch what's going on your laptop computer as well as on your cell phone.
Okay, great.
All right. Any other questions for me?
Yeah, will she be able to see the camera in the kitchen?
No. I have it tucked. Can't even tell anything is in here.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Thanks, Dre.
You're very welcome.
What is this?
A brush?
Yeah, but that's not my hair. This is blonde.
It's nasty. That's what that is. You got cameras now.
I'll walk you out.
I see it, Tim and Bobby. What is it you want? You didn't have to shoot the dog. Can you believe he said that? He shot the dog. No. Buster growled. Like Buster, Daddy snarled. The dog slunk under the porch. Yellow eyes glaring, daring the men to move closer to the house.
Come home.
Oh, welcome home. The puppies were perfect. I gave them little massages before we went to bed last night. You can just call me the pooch pamperer.
Well, I'm glad they were on their best behavior. How about you?
Oh, but of course. You know what? I'll see myself out. There's a little poo back there I want to pick up before I go. And I'll see you later.
Don't forget your bag.
Oh, thank you, dear.
What's going on here? And my bedroom is off limits.
Mask is just beautiful.
What are you doing in my house still?
Oh, darling, I came back. I didn't want some stranger to find your key and do some harm to your fur
You're
baby.
the stranger here. You need to leave. I'm walking you out right now. Let's go. No, you need to get out.
Well,
I'm gonna walk you out.
Claire, how are you?
Hi.
Surprised to see you.
I'm hanging in there.
Yeah?
Any room in the inn?
I'm sorry, we're full. Remember, we don't take walk-ins anymore. You have to check with the county.
I forgot all about that, yeah. Different jurisdictions, different rules.
I just remembered, I have something for you. Looks like business cards.
Oh, yeah, great, thank you. I just gave out my last one a couple of days ago. Oh, I hope you don't mind I use this address.
No, that's all right.
Do you think that I could just come in and do some laundry? Because these few things that I have are just ready to stand up on their own.
All right, I suppose. Why don't you come in and we can get you something to eat as well?
Thank you.
Dubai? Really? Really, Dubai? That's my dream location. Yes, I can get ready quickly. Yes. I just need to find a pet sitter.
That tropical heat, that summer beat, far from home, sexy and alone. What can I say? Ask me to stay. I'm having a good time. Whispers that I hear when your heart is beating near. I'm having a good time. Invading my dreams, I can't escape it seems. These expectations are bringing me down. Don't like my style, they don't get my sound. Everybody's got that 9 to 5, and I'm just trying to live my life. All these plans are stressing me out. I'm over this, I'm leaving this town. Ditching the books and hitting the road. Tell my layout, I'm not coming home. I just wanna ride my beach cruiser. Take another sip of this wine cooler. Would you be so kind? Rub some sunscreen on my back. Oh yeah. This life is like a vacation when you turn up the radio station. Would you please tell the real world I'll be right back? Bill collector blows up my phone. Repo man wants everything that I own. It's a good thing that I don't own much.
Hello. Oh. Hey, Monda, how are you doing? Can't hear you.
Hey, all right. I had to do the technology.
Now we can hear your sound.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ladies.
No. And Jackie,
Jackie.
yeah, we just saw two amazing films. One was To Catch a Barbie Killer. That was Jackie's film. And Jackie, you're on the board here. You're also for the Barbie Killer. You're the producer, writer, videographer, and editor. You wore a lot of hats for this film. And then Monda, you were the writer director for Pooch Sitter, another member of our board, and that was a wonderful film to enjoy. So I wanted to ask you, Jackie, in watching this film, you had your dog, and that was also the theme for Pooch Sitter. So I thought, oh, I'm right. You know, this theme of dogs. You had your dog Penny that I saw was there in the end. How did you I guess, co-op your dog to cooperate? Because don't they say, don't have kids or don't work with kids or animals, but yet your dog did a great job. So how did you get that to happen, Jackie?
Well, not only did my dog cooperate, but I brought my dog sitter in, which was the guy Matty that was helping sleuth the murder. No, Penny will do anything as long as you pet her. She loves people. She has to wear a muzzle because she bit a dog one time. So I tell everybody she's actually a convicted felon. She actually has to wear the muzzle, but she likes people. So it wasn't difficult.
All right. Well, that's great. I love the graphics that you did. It was very James Bond like. Was that intentional? Did you know immediately you were going to do this kind of theme with it?
Well, I needed something, and it was James Bond inspired.
No, well, and Manda, you worked with several dogs. First, I just want to give, I don't know when people watch it, I don't want to give away too much, but there is something about Wilma at the end in memory of her. So I wanted to say, I don't know if Wilma was your dog, someone else's dog, but I'm sorry about Wilma. I wanted to, say that in advance.
Thank you. Yeah, well, Wilma was the dog of the main character, Ada. And so, and she has actually moved on to have a dog grooming business. So she loves dogs. But yeah, Wilma left us a few years ago.
Well, how did you actually get the dogs to cooperate in this film as well?
Yeah, there is no cooperation, Sandra. It was organized chaos. So you shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot, and you hope that you can get something from it when it's over.
That's where the editor comes in. That's why you need a really good editor to find all the great shots that will work. I'm a dog lover too, but I don't believe I could train my dog to do what needs to be done. And but that
Well, your dog is a lot of dog, Lisa.
Yes, he is a lot of dog. Yes, he would fill the screen for sure.
Well, Manda, I wanted to ask you, how did actually this came about? Because I did see that, this film, it was, it's a film about a woman who's homeless, but she's saying that she's a pooch sitter and she's staying at different people's houses. And what is your, did you know about the women's shelter? I think it's Stepping Stone that's in Rockville. Did you know about the shelter first and then came up with the film? How did that come about?
Well, it was I guess kind of like the perfect storm. I used to travel a lot for work, and I met a young lady on the plane, and she started telling me these crazy stories about one of her pet sitters. And I was like, I kind of feel like that could be a great short story. I might use that. And so and at the time there was a lot going on in the world as it is now, and I was very concerned about seeing people who were unhoused. And I'm thinking, as a society, many will say, oh, they're crazy, oh, they have mental problems. And I'm like, you know what? What if it's the person next door? What if it's you? What if, many of us of Americans have less than $400 in savings, right? And are one paycheck away from being homeless. So my thought was to create this short story in order to for everyone to have a little more sympathy and empathize with those, because you never know what someone else's situation is. And then in my research, I found that there's some people who actually choose it. That may come from means, but it is a form of freedom to them. So, and then coupled with that Princeton study, which said that, our brains don't look at homeless people as humans, but as objects. And that was so incredibly sad to me. So I I was like, well, you know what? I want to tell this story, and I just want people to be a little more aware and a little more sensitive when it comes to people who aren't as fortunate as we are.
Well, I want to say, Manda, I'm also a storyteller, and what you said about how you came about this idea is something that is my whole life. I hear people talking, they tell stories, And sometimes I'm like, I gotta bank that story, you know, and use it later. And sometimes I tell them straight out, I'm stealing that story. Just so you know, if you ever see it, I stole it from you, and thank you very much. And I just I think that a lot of storytellers can do that. And I think you can be much more creative that way because it's not about you and your life and anything like that. And I really appreciate that. It was fantastic. And Jackie, I'm so glad you put that Barbie story in there because the Barbie films were fantastic. I just loved them, and that was so cute. I know my dog might go after ketchup, but there's no way he could catch a real Barbie killer. That's know that for sure. But that was very creative. I always try to think, oh, my dog could save the world. He could find dead bodies and all of that, but I know it just wouldn't work. But I thought that was a very fun story.
Well,
And
it was
I
kind of
just,
a group project too.
oh,
I kind of came up with a bunch of ideas and then people picked some of them and then they amplified them and it was a fun project for my whole team.
I do want to say one more thing, Monda. That last shot with her smirking, breaking the fourth wall and smirking to the camera. I mean, that was gold. That was gold. I just loved it. I thought it was really cute and she was, that's her life,
And
you know?
next, interestingly enough, when we first cut it, I had her winking. She winked at the camera, and someone said, "Well, now I feel like she's a con artist."
Yeah.
And so I'm like, "Well, she's hustling to live and to survive." But I took that into account, and I took the wink away. Right, we took the wink away. So I'm glad that to hear you say that, so that
Yeah.
that it resonates without being over the top.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it worked.
I did want to ask a question about your process, both to Manda and to Jackie. Manda, at one point you shot a scene at the Annapolis Harbor that I recognized, and then Jackie, you also shot at the Baltimore Harbor, two iconic places here in the DMV. Did you have to get any special permits? Jackie, to you first. Did you have to get any special permits for that?
I didn't ask for them. Actually, I live in this neighborhood, so you were seeing it was filmed in front of my house was those were the front steps. I think generally if you don't need to block off access from other people, then you can get away without shooting without a permit. So I just take that as a license.
And to you, Mondo, what was that process like? Did you have to get anything in particular for shooting?
Well, yeah, for the first when we opened up, there was a, dog park in Silver Spring, and we definitely had to ask permission from Montgomery County. And we paid a small fee. But for Quiet Waters Park in Annapolis, they were very gracious, and said, these are the times when there's not much traffic there. And here's a part of the park that doesn't get a lot. So they were extremely helpful. And all we had to do was give them a credit, which was, for an independent filmmaker to hear that, it was fantastic. And it was extremely beautiful there. So thank you. Yes.
Yeah, no, and I guess that the song that you had, I did a little research and it said it's called Brand New Key by Melanie. It's from 1971, and you opened with that. So did you have to pay any royalties for that?
Yes. Normally, again, as independent filmmakers, you want to spend less as possible because we really don't have that much money. But I had to have that song.
Mhm.
I was obsessed. And I had a friend who was a musician go through it took a lot from the publishing standpoint to get the rights and we could only use it for a specific amount of time. So we did pay a fee, but it wasn't too exorbitant. But yeah, so we went through the proper channels, but so generally I try to get music that a friend makes or something like that.
Mhm.
But in this case, I'm like, let's see what happens, and yeah, it's great. I think it really helps set the tone for the film.
It did.
Anything else you guys want to add about your movies? and any behind the scenes challenges that you want to share?
Well,
Jackie?
the one thing we wanted to do with it, I had just bid on an RFP, and one of the deliverables they wanted was vertical videos as well as horizontal videos. And I had not done a vertical video. I'd done square videos, but not a vertical video. So one of my goals with this was to have a vertical video come out of it as well as a horizontal video. So there actually is a vertical version of that, which the biggest challenge was the animation, making the animation vertical as well as because you can cut up a shot if you've got 4K, so you can get it vertical, but the animation was more work.
I am a little technology challenged, so I don't really know what you meant by horizontal or vertical. So maybe you could just say a little bit.
Well, if you think about when you're filming with your phone, you're watching something and it looks like that. Obviously, my dog is sideways here. But if you're posting something to YouTube or something, a lot of times you'll shoot like this and you'll post it like that. And if it's a moving image, it's a vertical video. This is a horizontal video, which we're looking at this on YouTube right now, and it's horizontal. So that's the difference. So if you shoot in high enough resolution, you can get wide shots, but you can also chop them up into vertical shots as well. And there's some platforms like TikTok that they like vertical videos. They don't like the widescreen as well.
That's good to know. I don't TikTok, but yes.
I don't either, but I have granddaughters that TikTok.
Well, both of those films were very enjoyable. They're a lot of fun. And I just want to say to the people out there, I mean, if you want to work on shorts, you become a member of WIFV, you will have instant access to a lot of filmmakers who do shorts, and you could have different parts in it. You could hold the camera. You could maybe help with the storytelling. You could be an actor or something in the set design or in the editing and hair and makeup. There's so many things that are needed. And it's, people think, oh, how easy it is. You could just hold the camera and you're a filmmaker, right? There's so much involved in it. And if you want to, get involved and have some fun, you can have it as fun or you can have it as a career. But just joining WIFV is great. And also your donations to WIFV helps us provide information, networking, programming, support for all the filmmakers that want to do, film projects like this. So
I just want to say a plug for WIFV. One of the most valuable parts to me about my membership is the listserv, because you can ask for help with something, you can ask questions, and a lot of times people will be able to answer it. You can look for jobs on the listserv. So it's a really wonderful resource.
Yep.
And it's only available to members.
Yes.
Well, thank you both so much for sharing your films with us. We learned a lot just by watching them, and we learned a lot just by talking to you, two amazing board members. So thank you so much for all the time that you spend in being a member and being active on the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are women in film and video. We are the resource, the advocate, the support, and the connection. A community of media pros here to tell the truth, share the wealth, and spread the knowledge. Our members can and do meet all your film and video needs. Your one-stop shop from concept to completion, script to screen, narrative to documentary. We are an organization for all genders, genres, and experience levels, dedicated to the advancement of women in film and video through professional development and networking events. We are the nurturers, the writers, the producers, the editors, and the directors, the multitaskers, the taskmasters, the gaffers, the loggers, the dubbers, the bloggers, the know-it-all, the chief of staff, the belle of the ball. We are women in film and video.
Hello.
Talk about
back.
learning, Anna. I just learned horizontal and vertical filming.
Exactly.
How about
The
that?
technology, well, the technology just keeps going, slipping away. It's going very fast.
Absolutely.
It's amazing.
Yes.
It's amazing.
Yes. Because I was always told when you're filming on a phone anyway, always hold it horizontal, but now I just learned you can also do it vertical.
Well, yeah.
Let's take a moment before we get to the next video. And can we take a look at the thermometer on our fundraising? I don't think we've seen it in a while. I'd love to see how it is. Wow, okay. We are up to over 35%. Fantastic. And it keeps rising through whole afternoon. So thank you, everyone who is dialing in, who is reaching out to help women in film and video for another 45 years or more. Don't forget that you can go to wif.org/donate. And they're on the screen now. You are seeing the information on the phone number and how to donate, wif.org/donate. Once the video is over, once the telethon, is over, the phone number is no longer being used, but you can go to wif.org/donate. That's available the 24/7 for you. So thank you all so much to help us continue to help filmmakers in the Mid-Atlantic region. And actually, due to Zoom now, we have members all around the world. And, we talked about it being women in film and video. I just do want to point out that 30% of our membership are men. So please, if you're a man out there and you're thinking about it, please think about joining WIFV. And we're here to help you with your career, with your future choices of getting to network with amazing people. So we hope we will see you in the future. And Anna, I'm going to turn it over to you now so you can introduce our next video.
All right, and I want to mention that the women we've been showing short films. Women in Film has the filmmakers are making award-winning films of all lengths, and both documentaries and now narrative, what we call narrative films, Hollywood-style films. So we're very proud of the wide range of films that are being made by our members. And the next film is one of them. It's an animated film called When We Care by Deanna Gerstle Harris. And it's the team that had made this. It's by an Academy Award-winning animated director, Gran Niho. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing her name correctly, and an award-winning composer, Zain Effendi. But it's a wonderful story. When We Care, it's about a person named Hannah. It's animated. Hannah, who's a national park ranger, a single mother, and she's navigating the challenges of caring for her aging mother and a daughter with cancer. But she's put her energy into saving a tree, a cherry tree that's around the tidal basin that she calls Stumpy. and it's suffering from the ravages of climate change. And it's this story is it's beautifully animated. So I want to really I look forward to showing this film, and it's a beautiful little piece. It's a very different tone to the kind of films that we've been seeing, but we're seeing the range of films that have been made by our
Very
members.
exciting. Very exciting.
So this is
let's
When We
go-
Care.
Let's go to When We Care.
In 2023, I visited the cherry blossom trees at Washington, D.C.'s tidal basin for the first time. And at the last tree by the water's edge, I was stopped in my tracks, captivated by a gnarled little tree with the water washing up over its disintegrated roots and a hollow trunk, barely clinging to life. Yet it was still blooming. I turned to my spouse and said, "Oh my gosh, this little tree is me." This tree, affectionately known as Stumpy, reflected my own struggles as a caregiver and the grief I had been processing. Little did I know, Stumpy was a symbol of hope and resilience for many others who had also seen themselves in this local icon, inspiring me to write our animated short film, When We Care. The heart of our story follows Hannah, a national park ranger and single mother, navigating the challenges of caring for her daughter with cancer and her aging mother. Amidst her own hardships, Hannah's unwavering determination to save this little tree from the ravages of climate change truly embodies the essence of Stumpy, and that same hope and perseverance that has resonated with those of us facing similar struggles. We have gathered an incredibly talented team, including an Academy Award-winning animation director and a highly decorated composer. Our creative crew is 99% female, who also identify in multiple underrepresented groups, emphasizing the importance of having diverse voices both on the screen and behind the scenes. At this crucial moment in our history, When We Care is a story about hope, resilience, and unity around critical issues that affect us all. With over 105 million Americans now in the role of caregiver, this film aims to honor their experiences and inspire a global conversation about the care economy, how we care for one another, and climate sustainability. This is the moment to bring this vital story to life. And we need your support and partnership to bring this timely film to a global audience, reaching caregivers who need to know they're not alone, and appealing to those in seats of power who have the ability to make a difference for caregivers and the sustainability of our planet. We invite you to join us in this journey of care and creativity, and together, let us inspire a wider audience to embrace the spirit of hope and resilience found in both Hannah and Stumpy. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm one of the hosts for this telethon, Tara Jabari, and a board member. I'm with the filmmaker, Dina Gerstel Harris, who couldn't be here for the live telethon because you're at Southwest?
South by Southwest this weekend, yes.
That's so exciting. But we wanted to touch base on When We Care and your project and learn a little bit more about it. So we learned where you got the inspiration.
Yes.
And what it's going to be about. But how did you meet with the 2 or 3 people that you mentioned in the sort of pitch trailer? The award winners, the animator, that stuff. How did you get in touch with them?
So I belong to a group on Facebook called The Screenwriting Life with Meg LaFoe. She's one of the writers for Inside Out and Inside Out 2, and Lorian McKenna. And I am a new filmmaker, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to post on there and ask if anyone has any suggestions as far as animators or composers. And this wonderful woman, Joanna Bowers, reached out to me, and she had a composer that she had worked with before His name's Zain Effendi, and he is a multi-award winning Disney composer. And I sent the script to him. He read it, and he had a similar reaction to the other people that I sent the script out to. It's a highly personal script. It's issues that impact all of us. And he was very drawn to the project and immediately said he wanted to be a part of it. As far as our Academy Award-winning animation director, Youngren, I absolutely love the project that she worked on that won the Academy Award, If Anything Happens, I Love You. And I thought, you know what? I'm just going to reach out to her and I'm going to do a Hail Mary ask and say, hey, I have a script. I think it may interest you. I would love for you to read it to see if it resonates. And she said that she would. And she got back to me and said it brought her to tears. She's been waiting for another project like this. So she immediately said she wanted to be a part of it.
That's a great story of like, you won't know until you ask. Worst case scenario is you get a no or no answer. So might as well ask. Where are you guys at this stage right now?
So exciting. We just signed on with our first external production company and secured our first round of funding. So we're going to be going into production next month, which is very exciting. And we are still looking to partner with another producer, a like-minded person who the subject matter kind of resonates with them. And I've been actively building the social impact campaign surrounding the film. So I've built relationships with national care and climate organizations. I'm going to be speaking at a national organizations summit this May, talking about kind of the film and activism through the arts. And it's a care organization that works for civil rights. So I'm excited about that. I'm going to be on a couple podcasts, but the social impact campaign has allowed us to kind of develop relationships with organizations that will allow us to screen across the country. Once we do the film festival circuit, we'll have access to organizations in different states to be able to screen the film. And I've been building individual relationships with caregivers and climate concerned citizens. And we're going to be launching a YouTube channel to kind of highlight different stories of care, kind of calling people to a gentle call to action at this point. I mean, we're living in a time of despair and apathy and division at this point, and really calling people toward humanity and not away from it is really important to me at this point.
And so how can people keep up to date? And how can they learn how they can get involved?
Absolutely. So go into our website, whenwecarefilm.com. We are a film independent fiscal sponsored project. So we offer tax deductible donations. We have a space on the website where you can sign up to get updates. My contact information is on the website, and I'm always looking to connect with people, whether individuals or organizations, to give lift to the film, but also to use the film to spark kind of a global dialogue and lend our voice to the causes of, the intersection of the care and climate crisis.
Well, thank you so much. Is there anything else you want to add that we haven't really touched on?
I just wanted to say thank you for including us in this inaugural telethon. I was very excited when we were chosen. I am excited to be highlighted in a local Washington, D.C., since the backdrop of our story is in Washington, D.C., and the story is specific to Stumpy. So I just wanted to say thank you, and please reach out if you have any interest in being involved in the film. We are looking to build a coalition and a community surrounding it, so we're very excited moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi.
There you are, Anna. Okay. I am getting a disabled for my video. Okay, there we go. All righty.
There we are.
Anna, forgive me. For time, we're going to go right into the next video, okay? And the
Gloria's
next
birthday.
Yes, the next video is Gloria's birthday. I have a special love for that film. I was in it. I helped with it. It's written and directed by Robin Noonan Price, or Jane may have written it. But I hope you enjoy it. It is a topic close to most people's hearts. So let's get right to Gloria's birthday.
So, after the piece of shit divorced me, leaving me destitute, I got a job as a hat check girl at the Copacabana. Thank God. Back then, I was some hotsy-totsy broad.
Honey, you still are.
Oh, thank you. Come Saturday night, I'd have this big wad of bills, too big to cram in my purse. So I bought this coat with big pockets so no one would see. This one Sunday, my sister Gloria wants me to check out a rental apartment in East Village. The big spender that I am, I take her out for breakfast at Katz's Deli. After we eat, I take out my wad to pay, and off we go to see this apartment. Well, we find the place a real dump, but in we go into this pea-smelling vestibule.
Jeez.
I ring for the soup, but just as this guy follows us in, he takes out a gun, points it at us, and says, "Give me your money and your jewelry." Gloria, pissing her panties, right away takes off her ring and hands him her wallet. I just stand there. He points towards my pocket. Gloria leans over, yells in my ear, "Give him the fucking money, Joni, you cheap bitch."
Oh, gee, no, really?
Yep. Can you believe it?
Oh, Molly. Your grandma is the original badass woman.
You bet.
Don't I know it? Okay, Betty White, it's time to go. Molly has dance class after lunch.
And darling, your mom is a hoot.
Thank you, dear, thank you. Oh, thank you, ladies. It was great to be with you guys. Thank you.
Say goodbye. Say goodbye.
Walter, how come you never sing like that for me?
You come tomorrow, and I will.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
Bye, hon. Bye-bye.
Oh, thank you, ladies, so much. I had such a nice time.
Good. I'm glad.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's good. Nana told all of her stories.
Oh, I
bet
sure
she
did.
did.
Hey, Ma. What month is this?
August, Ma.
August. It's almost Gloria's birthday. We have to make plans. Why didn't you tell me?
Ma, let's come and have lunch. Come on. Right here. You're good. Let me take your cane. Thank you. Have a seat. Ma? Remember? Gloria died.
Gloria died? My sister died? When?
Last October. We all went to memorial service at Temple.
Oh no. My sister died. I can't believe my sister
Ma, I need to
died.
get this. It's work.
Molly, did Annie just tell me my sister died?
Just a sec, Claire.
Oh, no,
Ma?
no,
Ma,
no.
do you want some apple cake for dessert?
Oh, yeah.
Well, eat your sandwich. Molly, keep an eye on your grandmother. Sorry about that, Larry. Eat your sandwich, Nana. Yeah.
Did she just tell me my sister died?
Yeah, Nana.
Oh, no, no, no.
Nana,
no,
come here.
No.
Nana, look, I have a video for my dance recital. Watch.
Oh, how pretty. When was that?
It was on Saturday. Remember?
Molly, did Annie just say my sister is gone?
Yes, Nana.
Oh, oh no, no.
Nana,
no.
look. Let's watch my dance recital, okay? Look. That one's
Oh,
me.
how pretty.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. When was this?
It was on Saturday.
How pretty. So pretty. Is that you?
Yeah, that one's
Oh, okay. And my sister is gone.
Yeah, Nana.
Oh, no, no, no.
Nana, tell me about the time that you worked at the Copa.
Oh, the Copa. That was some fancy place. I saw Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin, and I saw so many famous people. And, you know, the men, they were always dressed in beautiful tuxedos with the bow tie. And the women had on beautiful gowns, slinky gowns, and they had pearls, real pearls, and real diamonds in their ears.
Yesterday I heard a lover sigh. Goodbye, oh me, oh my. 7 times he got aboard his train, and 7 times he hurried back to kiss his love again and tell her tootsie goodbye. Tootsie, don't cry. The little choo-choo train that takes me away from you, no words can tell how bad it makes me. Kiss me, tootsie, and then, oh baby, do it over again. What for the nail?
All right, welcome back. After seeing Gloria's birthday, I believe I'm going to be joined by the director of this film, Robin Noonan Price. Hi,
Hi.
Robin. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing? Thank you.
Oh, great. This film comes after we watched the previous film where Tara spoke to the filmmaker of When We Care. And it's talking about taking care of people. And in this particular case, the main person is Joni. And I noticed at the credits, you had a Dimension consultant on there. And I also saw that it said in memory of Joni. So I don't know if it was you had the connection or if it was Jane Barber, who's the writer on it, if she had the connection to Joni, if you can talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Yes.
That's a very loving look at somebody and caring for somebody.
Yes. And it was Jane Barbara, who is a WIFV member, that wrote the film. And it was based on basically a true story of a family member. And she wrote the script and then she shared it with me. And we decided that it was just such an important story to tell because so many of us have aging parents. A lot of us are sort of in that what they call the sandwich generation, where you're still raising your own children and you're trying to take care of aging parents. And it's really, really difficult, especially if you work full time. I mean, as a woman, the big, I would say most of the burden kind of falls on women, not all the time, but generally. And so, we're caregivers. So it was a really, it spoke to me, and it was really important for us to tell that story.
Well, not only you're saying us to tell that story, I made a list of all the people from WIFV who actually worked on this film. So it's you. It really was a family affair in putting this short film together. All right, so there was you, there was Jane Barber, there was Allison Bauer, there was also Linda Robbins was on it. Kathy Overton worked on it. Sandra Brennan worked on it. Sherry, who was fabulous, of course, our own Sherry Raddick Stroud. There was just so many people who worked on this film who are WIFV members and WIFV board people. Tell us, how did that come about? What did WIFV, the impact of being a member of WIFV, help you in making this, you and Jane making this film?
Well, one more person that I really, really want to give a big shout out to is Ann Saul, who was our DP. And Ann is just so incredibly talented. And she had been in, filmmaking for a long time. But I think Laurie's Birthday was one of the first films that she actually shot. She really wanted to move into the DP space. And so, I mean, she just did a beautiful job. I just, the color, everything was so amazing. And just the tone and all of it. I cannot say enough about WIFV. I have been a member for quite some time, and I just have watched the filmmaking journey with so many different WIFV members. I've been parts of their journey, and it has been amazing to watch. And I probably have worked on about a half a dozen or more shorts with Jane, and the same with Sherry Stroud, and the same with Shoshana Rosenbaum. And honestly, I just, because of WIFV, I just had my first opportunities to produce 2 feature films, not just 1, but 2, which has just been, that had been like a lifelong dream for me. And with Shoshana Rosenbaum, we ended up filming a narrative feature called The Other You, and that just got into the DC International Film Festival just a couple weeks ago. And that was written by a WIFV member, Julie Gold, and Kimberly Skirm, who's also a WIFV member, was a casting producer and producer, directed by Shoshana. I was out in Chicago with Jane Barbara on a feature that she had written that's a comedy called Stregonona, A Sicilian Witch Tale. So WIFV just really has just elevated my film career, and I know the film careers of a lot of other members. So it's been amazing. Melissa's amazing. The organization is amazing. It's been great.
Well, I also, in the interest of time, we're going to give it back over to the host, but I also wanted to add here for those who are watching, Robin Noonan Price is a past president of WIFV, but she's also this year's Women of Vision honoree for 2025. So congratulations on being a woman of vision, Robin. Well deserved. So yay.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll turn it back over to either Connie St. John or one of the other hosts here. Thank you so much, Robin, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Hello, everyone. We're doing great.
We're doing great. I want to thank all of you for participating so far. We only have less than an hour to go. This has gone so fast. But I just want to let you know that these films, most of them, will be on our YouTube channel, so you'll be able to watch. We are aware that you guys, it's live. Sometimes it happens. We're not Hulu. Come on now. We're not going to cut out before the last films. But we do know that there were some technical glitches with Gloria's birthday. And so you'll be able to watch it in its entirety on our YouTube channel. So it's such a great film. I just love it. And so thank you, Robin, for being with us as the filmmaker. Thank you also, Sandra, for interviewing her. And I just want to acknowledge some more of our wonderful donors. And I just thank you so much for giving. It's just so wonderful. So Gina, Shonda, Kate, Spring, Bree, Latrice, Robin, Sharon, and one of our amazing founders, Michael. So thank you so much for those donations. I'm going to put on the screen as we're getting ready to bring our co-host back. I'll put on the screen where you can give if you have not already seen it. I want to make sure that you all know you can be giving to online, wif.org/donate, wif.org/donate, or today only during this telethon until 4:30, you can call the WIFV Telethon hotline, which is 301-715-8592. And then you enter the meeting ID 823-9957-3588. I know it's a lot. It's also on our YouTube page. If you go to our YouTube channel right now, Women in Film Video, if you go to that, you can see it pinned, you can see it in the description, and you can give at any time to wif.org/donate at any time, even after the telethon, you can give then too. So, but the hotline is just for the telethon. All right. And now I will turn it back over to our amazing co-hosts, Tara and Lisa.
Thank you, Connie.
Hi, Tara.
Hi, Lisa. How are you?
Good. Yeah, so it's great. I mean, all this information, if you're just tuning in, I hope you heard Connie talk about that, but I also want to, and I keep pushing membership. If you know someone who wants to get into the film industry in some capacity, becoming a member is fantastic. And you'll get to meet a lot of like-minded men and women, and you can come in as a student or a general member. If you have a membership at another WIF organization around the country, you can come in with a dual membership, so you have a discount on that. Or you can be an executive member or a corporate sponsor. You can, we want you. We want you here. And we'll be happy to have you. We have so much programming that we do throughout the year for everyone, writers, directors, editors, animators. If you want to do horror movies, anything that you want, we have. And if there's something that we don't have that you see, speak out, because we'll create programs, around something that we haven't done before. I haven't found that yet, but there's always new stuff coming up. So yes.
Well, yeah, that was one thing is I had an opportunity to interview two filmmakers from England that traveled across the largest highway in Europe, which I'm forgetting now, but stay tuned. It's called Women Behind the Wheel. And I talked to the programming committee and I said, would you guys be interested in having them come in for the documentary roundtable? So for documentary filmmakers and how these it was an independent film, how they got crowdsourcing and funding, and then how they got into film festivals around the world and all sorts of things. And we're going to have it be on, and they're going to zoom in from London on Mother's Day. So, or in honor of Mother's Day. I think it's going to be Monday after Mother's Day. So stay tuned. It'll be on the calendar on WIFV.org. So exactly, like I had an idea, I brought it to the programming committee, and we made it work.
Yeah, documentary films are really, really important, mostly because, and I hate to go down the political route, but they are trying to destroy some of our history. And I just saw, yesterday that even in the Pentagon, they're going to be removing photos of historical images of Black soldiers and women soldiers just because they don't like it. And it's just crazy. So really it's up to us to keep our history alive and all our knowledge about community and all the things that we do in documentary films. So if you have some ideas about documentary films that maybe you want to do, you might not be a documentary filmmaker, but you could reach out to someone who's in WIFV. We have a lot of documentary filmmakers, and you could reach out to them and say, hey, I want to do something about this subject, or, and I'll help you, you help me, I'll help you, and, get it made. And that's how it works. There's so much history and information that we don't know about that's even local to you or global. That's why we make films.
Well, speaking of it, the next film that we're going to be watching, it's not really a documentary, but it is based on true events. It's still a narrative, if I'm understanding it. Well, we'll speak with the filmmaker, but it's called Zoo. So we'll take a look at it, and then we'll hear more about it soon.
Yep.
Beeilung jetzt! Wir möchten die Show nicht verpassen. Sie werden nicht warten, auf wenn es dein Geburtstag ist.
Okay, Mom, I'm coming soon.
Ma'am, mountain.
Hush now, today's a special day. You must look your prettiest.
Oh yeah, Danado. Woso Danase, Danase, Daungaminase.
No. Es ist in wieder de Puppe oder der Ballon. Es ist deine Entscheidung. Oh, wir werden dies nicht an deinem Geburtstag tun. Nimm die Puppe und sei dankbar.
Mama, how long will we be in this new place? Mama, I don't like it here. Will it be fun? Will I see the exotic creature?
Exotic creature? And also go Okoti forever. Ube home. Nkofu no be home ende. Nemo, home. Enshomo. Na wen kasa pie, ngeso mbekasa mu ade. Wati, mama we ni omude nyepe. Nkasa so nyepe. Wati ana. Eh?
Enjoy the show, young man. Thank you. It must be your birthday. What a special day it is for you then. Take this ticket for free popcorn, just for you. Enjoy the show, my little star.
Danke.
Fraus and Fräuleins, Monsieurs et Mademoiselles, les enfants, welcome! In a few minutes, you are going to experience a truly unforgettable experience. So, gather around, come in close.
Mama, we're gonna miss it. My birthday will be ruined.
Let the birthday girl through.
Mama, won't you come?
Yeah, go away. Wait. Drink.
Mama, why is that little girl inside the fence? Will she perform acrobatics? That must be what we're waiting for, no?
Est-ce qu'un problème? Why isn't it eating? Is it not hungry?
Oh, what a cute little monkey. Oh, I guess she eats the flowers.
Savage!
Savage!
No.
awande samina badie, akabiole na, akabiole awande samina badie, akabiole awande samina badie, akabiole na, akabiole awande samina badie. Akabiole, I want this time in a body.
All right.
Quite a powerful.
Yes, very, very much so. Do we want to check the donation? Is there a way to pull that up?
Well, we're a little bit behind schedule, so
So
we're
should we
going to
just go right into the next film?
straight to the next one.
All right.
Which is called Birds of the Air. So let's go straight to that one and then we'll.
Let's go straight to it.
Where is that boy? Deshaun, you up?
What?
You better take that bass out your voice. I'm the one planning your first day out. You coming through or you bluffing?
Bruh, ain't nobody bluffing.
Ain't no way you flaking
I
again.
said I was coming.
Dang. Okay, shady.
Deshaun.
I gotta go, yo.
Deshaun, you're not even dressed. Get ready. We gotta set up for the potluck at the church.
Mama, I could've been making.
I've seen everything you got. 5 minutes.
I feel sick. I think I caught grandma's cold.
Mm-hmm.
And I got that history test tomorrow. I can't miss that.
All right. Stay in bed then. Or go watch church with grandma. Uh-oh.
I'm not a little kid.
I know, you're practically a grown man. You look more and more like your Uncle Deshaun every day. Feel better, baby. Now Deshaun's sick. You feeling any better?
A little bit.
Fuck.
Is that you, Deshaun?
Yeah, Grandma, just getting a glass of water.
Oh, let me. Oof. I thought it cracked.
Believe I forgot the daggone the tape. Deshaun, why do you have on a wig and makeup?
Mama, I'm a girl.
You a what?
A girl, Mama.
We are reading today.
Come on.
The Bible says, if a man be in Christ, he is a new creature.
Mama, I gotta meet my friend.
Not like that, you don't. Sit.
All
Sit.
things shall become new. Things you two ladies, God didn't forget about you.
But Mama,
But it sure doesn't
this
feel
is
like
who I
it
am.
sometimes, does it? The old things creep back in more than we like them to, and more than we like to admit. So how can we be a new creature if we're not perfect yet?
Well, no daughter of mine is going out with crooked eyeliner.
God gives us a good example in the way that the Bible talks about the kingdom of heaven. Jesus says in Luke 17:10, the kingdom of God cometh not with observation, neither shall they say, lo here or lo there. For behold, the kingdom of God is within you. The kingdom of God is here. It is within us. But it is more complicated than that. The kingdom of God is not here yet, is it?
So is there a name
Of transformation.
that you want to go by now?
Matthew 13:30.
I was thinking Shar with a SH.
Wow. Your Uncle Deshaun better love that.
The kingdom of heaven is like to a grain of mustard seed, which a man took and sowed in his field, which indeed is the least of all seeds. But when it is grown, it is the greatest amongst herbs, and becometh a tree,
so that the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof. The seed is here, but it still has to grow. The yeast is here, but the dough has to rise. We can receive the kingdom of God now like little children, and the kingdom of God in all of its fullness is still coming. We are saved now. We are a new creation now, and we are becoming. We are growing more and more into the image of Christ. We are loved just the way we are. And God loves us too much to let us stay that way.
I don't know, Mama. Maybe I shouldn't.
I don't know either, baby. But your eyes really do look pretty.
Thank you, Mama. Oh, shoot, Mama. It's Hamilton. I gotta go.
Where you going then?
Downtown. Brunch.
All right. But if you try to sneak out again, you're punished. No phone for a month.
Praise the Lord.
Okay. Thank you, Mama.
God, thank you, God of transformation. Thank you for transforming us into who you made us to be.
And don't be wearing my good scarf.
Put your hands together.
That child gonna stop sneaking my earrings now.
Maybe now she'll ask.
Maybe I can find them now.
Locked inside myself, I wanna let me out. 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 Locked inside myself, I wanna let me out. 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 Total lose control. Don't let it take my soul. Locked inside myself, I wanna let me out.
Thank you for that. Now we're going to actually speak with the filmmakers for the last two films. With us is Manda, who did Zoo, and then it's Jennifer. And is Giselle also with us?
No, she's not able to make it.
Okay, got it. And so Jenna, you wrote and produced what we just watched, Birds of the Air.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Both films are really, really important, and we were just recently talking about the importance of documentaries or telling stories so that when things are being taken away from us, because they felt uncomfortable or something, us as storytellers are able to tell the true things and represent what other people have been going through. So for me, I didn't know about these zoos that existed. And I didn't know about the photograph and the girl who's unnamed. So it was a huge shock. And I didn't realize it until the very end that it was based on a true story. So Manda, how did you hear about it and developed the story?
Well, I was trolling the internet, and I saw the picture of the little girl in the zoo, and it was from a British newspaper, and they had her coupled with right next to her was a gorilla or an ape, and then they said that, on the left was the ape. And so then I followed a couple of more links and realized that she was in the last known human zoo that was in Brussels, Belgium in 1958. And I just had a knee-jerk reaction. Like, wait, what? Human zoo? I'm in my 40s and I've never learned about this? And for like 1958, my parents were like 11. Like, this is history that I can almost touch. I'm like, what's going on here? And so I immediately thought to myself, this needs to be a short film. And I just, it was like a scroll unfurled in my mind about what this short film is and what it should be. And so, long story short, I actually went to learn how to write a screenplay um, at a retreat, and the rest is history. But it's the 10-year anniversary of this film. It is still playing on the film festival circuit, and I must say, I'm very, very grateful and very blessed that it is still resonating with people to this day.
Yeah, Monda, when I saw this film, I remember a book that I read a few years ago called Destined to Witness. And it was about a young Black boy growing up in Nazi Germany. And in that book, there was a scene where he was Black, his mother was white, his father was an African who was not in the picture growing up in Africa, I mean in Germany, but she she struggled to raise him, in Nazi Germany, and they did make a visit to one of these zoos, and it was like, oh wow, it was a moment. And when I saw this, I thought maybe that's what you had seen, because it's the same. I had the same kind of visceral reaction. This book was fantastic. But I wanted to ask you a question about the language. Okay. So you have three different languages in there, and the little girls speaking English, where everyone else, well, you had a few zoo watchers speaking English as well, but the parents were speaking German, and I don't know what the African language was. Of course, there's so many African languages that we don't know. But what was the reason behind having them speaking to each other in different languages like that?
It's a great question, and I know we're short of time, so I'm going to try to, make this answer as precise as possible. But th this is an intersection. This is an intersection of humanity where this these human zoos were made or were created in the spirit that these people aren't human, right? And so are subhuman or less than. And when I think about the universal relationship of mothers and daughters and just families in general, when you have uh, a family that speaks a certain language, generally the kids choose, especially if they immigrate here to the US, the kids are going to speak English because they are trying to assimilate into the culture that they've been thrown into in the schools and such. So they may be embarrassed or they may be ashamed. So whereas the parent will speak their native language, the kids normally resort to English. And so I'm thinking, here we have this what's that? And the language was Chi from Ghana, right? For the people who were acting in the film. And I just thought it was important because as a period piece with not a lot of money, I wanted the audience to feel as if they were there. If it were 1958, I wanted it to be believable. We shot it in the backyard of my home at the time. So, what are the different types of tricks and hacks that you can do to make this Brussels, Germany, 1958? And so that was a part of it in terms of it, from my thinking as a director, to bring someone into it and make them feel as if they're there, make them feel that these people are relatable, someone people that they can resonate with, whether it's out of ignorance or whether, whatever it is, that it's not unbelievable. That was my biggest thing, if that helps.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense because there's a generational divide. I mean, we're not born racist. It has to be taught. And so I saw the two girls seeing each other as equals.
That's right.
That's why they spoke English, but their parents, were in a different generation, a different culture. They were brought up to, and the girls weren't taught to be racist. So they saw each other as the same, and they had the little dolls. And I loved the pop of yellow, and that was gorgeous.
And the yellow is the hope. And I was inspired by Steven Spielberg. And yeah, remember the
Yes,
red jacket and Schindler's List, the little
yes,
so that was
that was
the
beautiful.
black and the white, and then the way the red popped there, and then the yellow popped. So
And color also does a lot, or like the way that the cinematography worked, I felt like in your film as well. And how, well, now I'm forgetting the characters' names. But how did you guys come up with your stories and your story?
The as a writer,
As a writer and deciding on to focusing on trans, like this representation of coming out to the family and hiding and then coming out and being caught and all that stuff.
yeah. So I was I think one of the things that film can do is and I feel like the other film did this something similar, right? Is show us what's possible. Um, and I was part of the plot came out of sort of thinking like, well, what if someone were to come out and find absolutely nothing but support? What if that were the story? And all of the fear and all of the barriers were just internal, which is why the friend on the phone, the family, the sermon on the TV, all of these things are just supporting what's going on with her, with Shar, and yeah, I'll stop there.
Well, it then made me do a double take because I was like, wait, was that right? Because we were
I thought it was
expecting worse.
I thought it was wonderful because I've seen a lot of his movies. Historically, when they've showcased gay people, they always die. It's like in a horror movie, the black always dies first.
Right.
In a movie where there's someone who's gay, they have to die at the end. And I thought this had a beautiful ending, but what I thought resonated was the best was they already knew.
Yeah.
And mothers usually do know. And even grandma knew. They were just, waiting and waiting, and it finally happened and they were okay with it. And I just thought that was a wonderful way to show that you don't have to be afraid. It's a generational thing. And, an older generation, especially in the Black community, to come out was even more difficult because you're already having a hard time being Black in this country. Why would you want to also be gay? Like it was a choice, right? But, it's a different world now. So, and I just thought it was a wonderful ending.
Well, I'm hoping we're getting into some like an era of queer joy. Like I would love to see that in films and TV. Anyway, yeah.
Well, after I just said that, now I just realized, and I'm going to spoil it for some people, but Amelia Perez, they died in the end. And I just like,
I didn't know.
oh my God, I just realized, okay, they haven't fixed it yet. But it was, an Oscar nominated film, and it won some Oscars for it. So it's good in that regard. But the fact that she died in the end is like, oh, that's the typical ending. So that's kind of unfortunate. But I thought your ending was wonderful. I just thought it was great.
Both films very powerful, and I really thank you guys for coming on and sharing more information and insight. And thank you for everyone. We're almost done. I can't believe it. So we're going to bring in a couple of the other hosts to do a couple of recaps as we start finishing up our 4.5 hours.
Thank you so much, Jen. That was wonderful, and I can't wait to see what you do next. So I will be looking.
Thank you.
Well, we're back, everyone. And so all of my co-hosts that have been on screen and the interviewers, all of you are welcome to join me and be spotlit. This is the team. This is the team that made sure things happened. And so this is up. She replaced everybody's spotlight. Oh, Candace.
What? I didn't do anything.
Someone else is controlling that.
Yeah, I didn't do anything. I'm not touching.
She didn't do that one? Okay. We're getting it together. We're getting it together. This is what live does. This is why I love live, honestly. So I want to thank everybody who tuned in, and of course, everybody who participated. Everybody stay on your screen for just a moment. So we're going to leave all the spotlights there, but I'm going to share my screen for some thank yous, because you need to see these thank yous. I want you to see your name on the screen, and I happen to read really fast. So I'm also going to read a little bit, but I want you to know how much we appreciate you. So first, it is our first ever live WIFV Telethon. And this Telethon volunteer team, this could not have happened without this group of people right here. So this is in alpha order by last name. Sandra Abrams, Candace Block, Sandra Brennan, Tara Jabari, Anna-Marie Gerard, Mira Kelly, Kathy Overton, Sherry Reddick Stroud, Malika Rollins, Gina Rozier, Lisa Scott, Sharon Sobel, Connie St. John, and Manda Raquel Webb. So that was on-air team. Those were interviewers. That was people moving, people behind the scenes that you couldn't see. It was all of that. I have to acknowledge our staff, Melissa, who got acknowledged 1,300 times during the telethon, which is great. So Melissa Houghton, our wonderful executive director, as well as Sophia Sandoval, who's no longer with us at the organization, but her efforts are what made this possible. So we have to acknowledge her. We couldn't get to YouTube without her. So all of the filmmakers, I'm not going to list those again, but you can see here the filmmakers and their films. Almost all of these films will be featured on the WIFV YouTube channel. And then, of course, I have to acknowledge our wonderful board of directors. Thank you to all of our board members, many of whom are on this call or were in the other room answering calls from the donors. So thank you so much. So while you guys are talking amongst yourselves for just a moment, I'm going to get the screen ready so that people who want to make those last donations, they can see where to do that. But while I'm getting that ready, did you have fun?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was great. Enjoyed it.
It's so much fun seeing the short films. The range was amazing. And it's so much. It's exciting being able to put the films on YouTube. It's such a wonderful idea.
It's been a goal of ours for a while. I'm looking at Tara and Candace. We've been trying our best to rebuild our YouTube channel, and this gave us a perfect opportunity to do it with the WIFV 45th anniversary, and then we decided to do the telethon, and so it all worked out. Let me share my screen once more so that those of you who are still tuning in as we get ready to wrap up, I want to make sure that you can see where to donate. So you can put this, you can bookmark wif.org/donate. Just bookmark that. You can do that at any point. But also, you can also call right this moment only. You can call the WIFV Telethon. And while I'm saying this number, I'm going to ask once again, Candace, can you have the WIFV number ready? Because after this, I'm going to have you say it. But for this moment only, for the next 5 minutes or so, if you want to call into the WIFV Telethon hotline at 301-715-8592. And then you have to hit the meeting ID, which is 823-9957-3588. So you can dial in or you can go to the website and make a donation right now. And you can continue to make donations at wif.org/donate whenever you would like to. So I want to say that. And then after the telethon, oh, wow. Candace will tell you where to call.
Yes, so you can always go online to the website, as we were saying, but if you want to call to do a donation or call to learn anything about WIFV, the office phone number is 202-429-9438. So all of that is all on wif.org. Also, if you just search shirts for us, that's the office number for WIFV.
Rhonda.
Yeah, I just want to say, Connie, thank you for your leadership as president of Women in Film and Video. It's one thing to have a vision, it's another thing to execute it. And I think that everyone worked together to make this thing come to life. And it has been absolutely amazing. I'm getting some wonderful feedback from friends and from family who have tuned in. And I think that we accomplished our goal just simply by the execution. And, you know, the money that we made is the cherry on top. So thanks to all of my fellow WIFV members, and we'll continue to keep on keeping on and making it happen for our fellow filmmakers. Thank you.
And I want
you,
to compliment the filmmakers here, to Monda, the incredible films that you made, and the other films that were shown on this day were very impressive. It was really inspiring.
And our Sherry with Heroes Honeymoon. So that was also, we have two board members, a third board member too, Jackie. She's not on here right now, but Jackie, our board members are doing the thing, making these amazing films. Tara, do you have, either you or Candace have a final update thermometer to show us how we did? And we'll just keep raising money until September is over.
Wow.
We almost got to 40%.
Yep, almost.
Okay.
Bravo.
Yes, this is exciting. This is exciting. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tara, for sharing your screen. Thank you so much.
Our 45th anniversary year goes all the way through to September. So please keep donating in honor of the 45th. And then if it's not the 45th, donate just in honor of Women in Film and Video and supporting the organization. And again, any amount is great. 45 is just a suggestion based on the anniversary year, but any bit you can help do. 450 would be great. 4,500 also works, you know, all kinds of things. But no,
any of those.
Any
45 million, absolutely. I do want to acknowledge 4 donors that have just come in as well. So thank you so much. Melody, Logan, Anne, and Rhonda, thank you so much for making your donations and helping us to keep those numbers growing. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So our final thing that there's our Sandra Abrams. Sandra, our other podcast host. So our 3 podcast hosts are here. Candace, Sandra, and Tara are all here with us. And everybody that you see on the screen right now everybody that you see on the screen is a board member. And this is how faithful and diligent and active they are. So I just want to say thank you to all of our board members who did the thing. In the other Zoom where they were receiving the money, we had 2 board members over there as well. We had Malika and we had Sandra Brennan, and their names were on that thank you that we acknowledged as well. So I just thank all of our amazing board members. So we are at the 4:30 mark, but how we're going to end is with the Media Maker Spotlight promo video. So I'm going to share that with all of you so that you can see what our Media Maker Spotlight podcast does.
Yeah, so just to be fair, this is an audio trailer. We do have video companions on YouTube as well, but this is just our audio trailer of the show, so you can get a little taste of the kind of stuff that the kind of people we talk to.
Thank you, Candace. Here we go.
Quiet on the set. And action.
Are you looking for a great podcast about film, TV, and other screen-based media productions? Well, you found it. I'm your host, Sandra Abrams.
I am your host for this episode, Tara Jabari.
I'm your host, Candace Block. We bring you conversations with all kinds of media production professionals, including award-winning directors, producers, screenwriters, designers, and more.
We explore the entire industry.
You know, MacGyver growing up was like the ultimate hero for me.
Being in the union opened up a bunch of doors for me. Did women rock Hollywood? Did they rock the nominations?
Media Maker Spotlight is a unique place to learn about different perspectives
in front of the camera and behind the scenes.
My favorite episode so far was talking to the production team of Netflix Bridgerton Season 3.
It's not as glamorous as it appears. It's all a fantasy and a facade.
From the choreographer to the costume person, Colin does look very hot and very dapper looking. So thank you for that, John. I love romance.
It's hard to choose a favorite, but a couple of super fun and fascinating episodes. We're chatting with the Star Trek franchise's science advisor.
I do sit in the writer's room at least once a week. I love that process. I've never been on set. I would love to stand on the bridge of a starship. Lose my mind.
And learning about behind-the-scenes details with a stunt woman who's worked on tons of movies that I love.
Falling. Just falling. Just learn how to fall.
I'll never forget when we had Blockbuster on the podcast. I went into full geek mode, going down memory lane speaking with them.
I've heard so many different stories that I think it just brings back the good times. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, it's so nostalgic. Every weekend, I was taking my bike and going to Blockbuster.
Media Maker Spotlight is produced by Women in Film and Video.
It's one of the largest nonprofit professional organizations in the U.S. for people in the visual media industry.
We could put that in the show notes.
Exactly. That's podcast speak right there.
You can find Media Maker Spotlight wherever you get your podcast.
New episodes drop every other Sunday.
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap. We got to end the telethon with that's a wrap.
Yep.
So that is a wrap. We did it, you guys. We did it. Thank you all for everything. Thank you for tuning in. We look forward to make this happen because it was really fun. So thank you so much. And we are now signing from our live stream. So thank you for all the donors. Thank you for the volunteers. Thank you, filmmakers. Thank you, filmmakers. See you next time.
Take care. Bye-bye.